Councillor Cramwell's doing the Mihi, and he is not in the room at this point in time, so we'll wait till he gets back. Councillor Pauling's also in the room. Good. Good, please do. Kōrero e whāna te mahi ko hipa no ngā tau. Nō reira, kōrero te kōrero nei, i mihi atu te kaini re tai au. Kia koutou, ko haramai e tēnei rā, i ngā whakapuhina ka haramai hoki ki te tautoko, tēnei kaupapa, i tēnei rā, ko koutou. Ko koutou te toko tūru moana, hei tautoko tēnei kaunihera. Aha ko te aha, nō reira, kia koutou mā, te pātaka. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, ia koutou, i tautoko, tēnei tūru, o ngā taumaha. Te me, e hia. Tēnei koe. Me hia ki kia koe, e te whaia, e te tautoko, o ngā noho e nei tūru, Elizabeth Cunningham hoki, tonu kiachi, noho, e nei tūru, i ngā tauko hipa, me hia ki kia koutou, nō reira koutou mā, Kōrero, tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātua, ka whakamarama, kia koutou, this is the Māori, the reo hiwa, the Māori of local government New Zealand conferences, it has come to us, of Waitaki, Environment Canterbury, will be hosting the face of, leading our chair, Peter Scott, will be leading this when it comes to conference, comes to the Waitaki quite a bit this year, with the support of the 10 of the 9 mayors from Canterbury. So we're bringing the Māori in into our building. We'll stay here for the year. Inside this Māori is Whakatau, the aspirations of every council in New Zealand. They've written the aspirations for the year to come, and of course, it's named after the reo hiwa i te rangi of the star, one of the 9 stars of the Consultation, which talks about your aspirations. So this is this year, and it's built today, and we'll go up to the chair's office for him to look after. Kōrero, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, Māori ora, tēnā koutou.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ke uta. Kia mā taratara ke tai. He hi ake ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihe, Māori ora.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. And thank you, Yayan, for bringing the Māori into our council. We're the first regional council to lead this local government New Zealand conference, which will be here in
next year. So thank you. And also I just must state that Yane was exceptional at government conference in his role of vice chair of I forget the name of the co-chair, and he was very good. He was very animated and spoke well, and I asked for a copy of his speech and he said he just made it up, so pretty special for me, and I was pretty proud of it, so thank you. So welcome, mana whenua, welcome visitors to the 584th council meeting. I have been informed there is a quorum present. I'm pleased to declare the meeting is now open. Note that there will be a change of order of business. We will follow agenda item 8.3 with agenda item 8.5 and then return to agenda item 8.4 and then continuing from 8.6. Just noting, understanding all this, there will be a recording during the meeting by Ngāi Tahu under Tūrunga o Ngāi Tahu, Jakayla Andrews Alapaki, news reporter, in particular for agenda 8.2, and I don't know if you want to go past that, but specifically 8.2 anyway. Under 12.4 it states that public meetings may be recorded, people may make electronic or digital recordings of the meeting which are open to the public in an unobstructed manner. Any recordings of meetings must be notified to the chairperson at the commencement of the meeting to ensure that the recording does not distract the meeting from fulfilling its purpose. If circumstances require, the chairperson may direct the recording to stop for a period of time. So as long as we're all clear on that. We're just going to apologies. We have one apology, and that is from Councillor Sunkel. We have councillors online, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Ward, and Councillor Deche. Are there any other apologies? There are none. So conflicts of interest, I've not been aware of any conflicts of interest. We're moving on to item 4, which is public forums, deputations and petitions. And we have Peter Langlands here this morning. So Peter, if you want to step forward now. So Peter is here to talk about his concerns of intensified farming impacts and cattle grazing impacts on Whakakapi, Ashburton Lakes and the highly nutrient-rich state of the lakes. Peter. And also just noting that Peter has made his presentation available. You have 10 minutes available to you, Peter, and we will indicate that, and then councillors will be able to. Peter, do you need assistance with that, or are you happy? You probably need to put your button. Oh, you want to put it up?
It's the address the meeting. It's a real privilege to be here today and just profile some concerns about the Whakakapi lakes, which are in the Canterbury High Country. So for me, the lakes are a very special place. I've been involved with the lakes for quite a long period of time, since the early 1980s. And I guess one of my main concerns is just the changed nature of the lakes, with the catchment-wide impacts causing eutrophication, especially of Lake Heron. Is it possible to go to full screen with this presentation? Sorry.
Seeing that clearly, Peter. Your button again, Peter. Sorry, I took your button a few times.
No, sure. Sorry about that. So I was quite distressed when I went up there in July this year to participate in a annual bird survey. The surveys have actually taken place on the Whakakapi lakes for 40 years, one of the longer term bird research surveys in New Zealand. But upon arrival on the lake margin, I saw quite a lot of sign that cattle had been grazing on the western side of the lake in a very sensitive area where there's carrot sector or purai and a range of tussocks. The lake level itself also was very low, and so that was also a concern. there was quite a lot of dead kakahi or freshwater mussels, and they were in quite large clusters. These are very long-lived shellfish that reside in the high country lakes. Currently, they can live for up to 50 years, and they perform a really important role in the filtration of the water, with water cleaning ability through filtration processes. Seeing large numbers of kakahi was quite concerning as well, given the longevity of this species. Yeah, so as I proceeded along the shoreline, there was about a 300-metre section where the Karakia sector had been grazed down quite a lot by cattle, and you can also see a very low lake margin there as well. Yeah, it was just quite concerning to see this taking place, really. Ultimately, just was the loss of that sort of wilderness landscape. For me, Lake Huron's very much a special place where I've gone to over the years just to escape the sort of pressures of the city, and I've always associated with the feeling of being in the outdoors, being in the high country, and just seeing, you know, large stacks of silage or feed as well along the entrance gate. Quite a lot of cattle on the lake margin as well. To me, this really detracted from the whole landscape value of the area. I actually have spent a lot of time, as I say, in the region over the last 40 years. So it was just quite a shock to the system, and it really was just the compounding of seeing the cattle on the lake edge, the very low lake levels themselves, and then just the intensification around the lake. So yeah, as I was saying, just bird counts have taken place in the area for about 40 years. One of the key bird species that we have recorded up there is the Kōrero, or the Mātuku Haruipo, which is a critically endangered bird. It's a species that I've been studying for the last 20 years. Right now, we're probably down to about 30 of these birds left in the Waitaki or Canterbury region, which to me is really concerning. And for this species, one of their key habitats is the reeds and Karakia sector along lake margin. So again, there's been some loss of very important habitat. Yeah, the lake is also very valuable as a trout fishery, as a brown trout fishery. I have actually in the past taken international tourists along the shoreline trout fishing as a professional fishing guide, but I'm not sure if I want to return there at the moment with the current state that it's in, especially just with the cattle that are impacted on the lake's western shore. Actually, I'd spent quite a lot of time up there about 15 years ago with one of ECAN's ecologists who's a keen fisherman, and we spent a lot of time fishing up there. Again, it's quite an important area just to get away from everything. Yeah, so really, for me, it's just the impact of the sort of loss of a wilderness landscape, just the intensification around high country lakes. So I think we have to be very, very aware of the sensitivities of catchment-based impacts on high country lakes, where the nutrient loads naturally are very sensitive to any environmental change. So yeah, it really is just a sort of series of accumulative stresses on the environment. Upon getting home from my weekend up in the Whakakapi lakes, I was actually quite shocked to see that Lake Huron has got a water quality rating of 4 on the Lawa scale. It gets 4.5 out of 5. And I'd always sort of get the high country lakes as having quite oligotrophic or clean water. So for me, that was quite a shock as well. And yeah, I guess this is just an aerial photo nearby showing the catchment around some lakes adjoining Lake Huron. This is Lake Emma and Lake Jenny to the south. We understand there's a real patchwork of intensified agricultural activity, and these lakes also have gone into a eutrophic state. So I guess my primary concern is just that we have really, you know, are very aware of the need for sensitivity with these high country lake environments. So yeah, that's my presentation, and yeah, look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Peter. So, councillors, questions of
Peter, Dion, Evan. Thanks, Peter. What was the date stamps on those photos that you sent?
Oh yeah, the date is the 21st of July this year, so yeah, they're very recent.
Thanks, Peter. Good to see you. I was just wondering what you would see would be the result. Yeah, the means of getting to a better environment out there. What would you, in your experience, help revert it back to the past? I guess better water quality or.
Yeah, Genevieve, I think that's a really good question. I think where we're at now probably as a result of land use change, to be honest, that's probably taken place over a period of about 40 years. So it's certainly not a recent development. I have actually looked at quite historic Google Earth images of the catchments around these lakes, and they have actually been fairly intensified. Even 40 years ago, there was some signs showing quite intensive pastoral development around the lake. So I think it's very much the sort of long-term cumulative impacts. And it will take a while to reverse the changes, I think, but we certainly have to probably look at work in the catchments and maybe increase plantings and a certain level of destocking and maybe decrease nutrient impacts as well. But yeah, no. And nutrient load.
We've got to look in there, Greg, or was it?
Fine. Sure, Peter. Thank you for that. Look, I just have a question. You didn't really get into it, but the bird count itself. Just do you have a general comment on what you found compared to the previous year?
Yeah, well, bird count has shown quite high levels of fluctuations in birds between years. So at this stage, any sort of trend analysis probably can't clearly be made. But yeah, certainly Lake Heron itself is the main lake or the highest bird values in the group, and over 60% of the water birds counted in the Karakia lakes reside on Lake Heron.
Tēnā koe, Peter. Hey, it's good to see you again. I know you've been here before. Can I just first of all acknowledge the monitoring, the work that you do up there. What's really interesting is that in February, I spent, along with some other councillors, actually a whole day up there in Whakakapi. And we met with landowners, we met with farmers, and one of the things that they talked about was the dock land actually, which bordered on their farms, the issues there around the bird life as well. But with what you're saying now, you were there in July, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Nick. Yes.
Okay. What's interesting actually, what you're actually reporting now from July, and I'm not actually saying this, but it seemed as though it might have been a bit of window dressing when we were up there. But thank you for alerting us to that as well. When you look at Whakakapi and the Arawhenua Runanga, Ruirapa, that is within their takiwa. And one thing that lake area is all about, it's like the canary in the mine shaft. And if what you're saying is it's actually become, again, quite detrimental to the environment, what's happening. Thank you for bringing it here. We'll certainly follow this one up as well. Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I'll just state this, that understanding order 15.4, there'll be no resolutions following the public forum. No debate or decisions will be made at the meeting on issues raised during the forum, unless related to items already on the agenda. So council's aware of that. But we will put this to the council, receive the public forum from Peter Langlands. Provide a reply to Peter Langlands as soon as someone moved it. So moved by Craig and seconded by Dion. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. So thank you, Peter, for that information that you've brought to the meeting. Yeah. All right, we've got our next order of business was from Nikki Snoying, but she can't make it today, so she's an apology. So we'll move on to item 4.2.2, which is yourself, Peter Richardson, and councillors.
No, that the presentation has been tabled though. Yep.
Sorry, I've got to do that. Just noted that Nikki has forwarded a presentation to us, so we have that for our consideration. So Peter, if you wouldn't mind going forward now. Before we start, Peter, there's a couple of things I want to say. And one of the things is just a general comment to councillors on the issue that you're bringing to the table, because of course it's revolves around PC8 and the fact that forestry consultation process is taking place. So just a general statement that I will read out to councillors. While the plan is being referred to independent hearing commissions for them to recommend a response to submission on the plan, council is still the ultimate decision maker at the end of the day. Previous advice provided to council noted that all decisions the council makes need to make natural justice requirements. Those include that they are made with an open mind without any predetermination of the issue at hand. There is nothing objectionable about councillors holding a preliminary or a principal views, providing they do so with an open mind to other alternatives. However, issues arise when a decision maker has closed their mind and slipped from predisposition to predeterminations. Councillors may therefore want to take care when publicly commenting on the initial proposal to ensure that the appearance of predetermination is not given. Now that's a bit schoolmasterish, but I think that's the position we're in. The risk that we do make in terms of predetermination, of course, is a judicial review, and which you fully understand that, Peter, I'm sure it's not preaching to you. And just also noting that Nikki Gadding has tabled a letter to us. Councillors have not had the opportunity to see that, but it is with us, and a response and draft will be forthcoming. So with having said all that, Peter, we'll carry on.
Yeah, just to make everybody aware that I think all councillors may have received a preliminary letter submission, if you like, from Mihi of Awa, and it was followed up recently with a second letter, which was a response to the amended agenda and recommendation. So I'd urge councillors that second letter can be circulated to read that, because what I'm going to do today is probably not introduce anything new, but just to reiterate and comment on things that are in that letter of Mihi's. There's two matters in particular that we want to address in terms of proposed plan change date. The first is the whether or not this is a targeted plan change, which may or may not be hugely germane in practice, but our position is that while parts of the proposed plan change are clearly targeted, we have no great, we have no argument about that, not commenting on the merits of those proposed plan changes, but the fact that they are targeted. But in terms of the recommendation in 11B of the planner's report, we think it's clear that that isn't a targeted plan change. It's a plan change or proposed plan change that has significant far-reaching potential effects, not actual effects. And I don't believe that it can be treated as a targeted plan change. I mean, what it effectively does, in principle, it's adopted in the way that seems to be proposed by the planners, is to allow any uses of water to be attached to an existing water take consent, subject only to a consideration of technical efficiency, if you like, which is whether the amount of water authorised to be taken is suitable or appropriate for the use that's proposed. So the only caveat, if you like, or the only qualification of that general right to change the use component of a taken use consent is that aspect of technical efficiency. Now, I know that the proposal is that the change of use, if you like, would be a non-complying activity. But with respect to the planners, that really doesn't make a lot of difference unless there is a raft of policies and rules sitting behind what is that non-complying activity. And the proposal itself really doesn't address any policies or rules that might give some teeth to this proposal. Effectively, as it stands, that recommendation is simply to allow any use to be tacked onto an existing water take consent. Now, we would expect that as part of the plan change process, councillors would be turning their minds to and introducing, promulgating policies and rules that would give some teeth and some effect to what is otherwise a very far-reaching and wide-ranging change. But where we have a little bit of concern is that we don't want the adoption of the recommendation as it stands. I've got both the lights on here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. Right. Okay. I'll back on for now. So we wouldn't want the adoption of this recommendation to in any way limit council's ability to advocate for, to promulgate, to introduce appropriate policies and rules as to consideration of the effects of uses. It seems to be a view within the planning department that consideration really only needs to be given to the effects of a water take and not the effects of a water use. And AWA has consistently advocated for the idea that we need to consider and regulate both the effects of both uses and takes. Not just if we're talking about uses, not just in terms of technical efficiency, but in terms of economic considerations, in terms of social, in terms of cultural, in terms of health considerations. So all of those are potential effects of a use of water as opposed to a take of water. Now, we saw that in terms of our water bottling. Our judicial review of the water bottling consent granted. I think you'll find there that those arguments were about the effects of the use of the water and not so much the take of the water. The water take had already been consented. It was for far more than was ever needed. That's probably a different issue. But what we're talking about here is the ability to regulate the effects of the use of water. Now, there are provisions within the plan that require a consideration of Tahu cultural values. So, in principle, we think ECAN has accepted that the effects of the use of water can be considered in certain contexts. But we would argue for expanding that so that councillors are able to have consideration and public is able to have input into all of the range of the effects of uses. And I think we need to fairly and squarely accept that there can be health issues from change of uses. There can be all sorts of environmental effects of the change of uses. Peter Langlands has recently talked about the effects of practical changes of uses in terms of high country lakes. So we need to be very careful in our submission about simply adopting this recommendation without something that sits behind it in terms of a commitment to address the policies and rules that will impact and will allow a proper consideration of the effects of the uses of water Now we're in a situation where we have short supply of water. We have many over allocated catchments. We have many fully allocated catchments, including Christchurch. If we don't introduce proper and appropriate policies and rules, we're going to end up with a situation where basically the owners of existing consents are going to have a property right in perpetuity, which they can trade and monetize without any consideration, without any input from the wider public or from ECAN as to how those water takes are used. That's what I'm very concerned about, and why AOA is very concerned about this recommendation, because it doesn't talk about that. It seems to accept that it's a given that these water takes can be used for whatever the consent holder decides is economically valuable or economically right. And the only consideration that's put behind that is we'll make this a non-buying activity. In relation to targeted plan, I've been sent from Nikki Snoying the letter from Forest and Bird. AOA endorses that. At the very least, the list of affected parties to be consulted, I think, needs to be expanded. It's not a targeted plan change, or those parts that are of most concern are not a targeted plan change. It's up to council to decide the significance and to decide how far it goes with consultation, but I've certainly at least endorsed what Mihi has said about deal with.
Okay, just questions from councillors. Thank you. Dion.
Thanks, Heaps, for the presentation. So given the paper that we've got to consider today, what would be your outcome that you're trying to see from us to bring it back to the paper that we've got today?
Thanks, Dion. Those are set out at the end of the letter from Nikki Gladding, the most recent letter, which I think was probably sent. Sorry, the letter I'm referring to is Nikki Gladding from AOA, her letter of the 25th. At the end of that letter, she refers to two outcomes that we would seek. The first recommendation is that council don't accept or not accept that the proposed plan change is a targeted plan change, which will then drop down to the way in which council deals with that in terms of its significant policy. The second recommendation is that if 11B of the report, which is to do with taken use, is proceeded with, or the recommendation is accepted that it go forward, that the conditions or caveat that are qualified by the fact that council is entitled to consider policies and rules that will address the effects of the use of water, and that be worked into the plan change so that this simply isn't an open slather to basically attach any use of water to an existing take, subject only to whatever it's not defined all looks like. In substance, I think the other thing I need to say, Dion, though, is that what we would prefer is that this goes back to the planners so that they can actually start working out all of the options that council has to address this issue, because it's so far-reaching and there's so many ramifications that even before consultation begins, I think there need to be some options generated and the implications of those options so that council would have something and consultant parties have something to actually work with.
Kia ora, Peter. Your deputation presentation rather is the most helpful, particularly when you get to 8.3 of the agenda. The interesting thing is that you were talking about not take, but actually the effects of the use of the water. And interesting that you also bring in mana whenua of Tukuruna, because you're aware actually around our whakatau, around the mixing of waters as well. It's interesting because the briefing notes and reports that we've had to date is that there seems to be in some way a kind of a situation here where we're thinking that improvement, it's about the improvement of the efficient use of water. And the question is, I mean, is that also what you
Yeah, I think. Thanks, Nob. Yeah, that's so what we have is basically two thoughts on what it means to talk about an efficient use of water. So what the planners are talking about in their recommendation is technical efficiency, which simply means that the amount of water allocated is appropriate to the use. So the water's not wasted, basically. You're going to use all the water that you've been allocated. But what I think you're talking about and what we talk about is, yes, not just the efficient use of water, but the appropriate use of water in terms of cultural, economic, social values. Yeah.
We're running long on this item, but I've got Councillor Mackenzie online, and I think that'll be our last thing on this, Peter, if you don't mind. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Peter, aren't you contradicting yourself in that letter that's been tabled? On one hand, you're saying it's not a targeted plan change when it looks like it is a targeted plan change and it's restricting itself to the unintended consequences of the ARWA decision. And yet, in the second part of your letter, you're asking that it doesn't become a targeted plan change, but you actually broaden the scope to include a whole lot of other stuff. Can you just explain the contradiction there?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. It's up to, as I read Council's significance policy, it's up to Council to determine the scope of its consultation. What I'm saying is that it's wrong to it's wrong. The planners have asked Council to accept the recommendation or to accept that this is a targeted plan change, because I think this drives where the significance policy and where it leads to in terms of consultation. All I'm saying is I don't believe it's a targeted plan change, and if that affects significance and if it affects consultation, then it's relevant. And Council should take the view that it's not a targeted plan change. Where that leads to in terms of consultation is up to Council to determine. But I would argue for extending, because it's not a targeted plan change, because it has far-reaching and significant consequences, then consultation should be as wide as possible.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Again, this item will occur later in the agenda, and there's full discussion the council will be able to have on that. That's probably will be better informed once we get to that position. But we've got that the council receives a deputation for Peter Richardson, Convenor of ARWA, on item 8.3, plan change 8, provides a reply to Peter Richardson if that's as practical. Have a mover, please, for that. Thank you, Craig, and a seconder for that, please. Yeah, I did note that it had been tabled, but it had been tabled as far as I was concerned because I'd seen it, but I think it's been now tabled with you. Yeah, so you have it at the moment. So maybe an opportunity just to scan through that before we get to PCA. All right.
Just going back to Nikki's presentation, do we still receive it? Do we still need to do a receiving thing for her one? Or I'm just asking a question. I don't know.
Not for me, right?
The chair has put it forward on her behalf, so
It's something I didn't even know about, so anyway. So there has been received by council, so hopefully it gets this one. So now we're moving to have I moved that and seconded that? We've moved it and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, that's carried. Thank you very much. So we're now at 4.2.3, Liz. This is your opportunity. Liz Brown, co-chair of and 10 minutes, Liz, and then questions.
I should know this. Nei te mihi kia koutou, kua hui hui mai nei e tēnei ata. E te pia mana me nā koutou, nā member o Te Kaunihira, ka nui te mihi kia koutou. I would just like to thank Mananui and Michelle, chairs of Whakakapi Runanga, who are here to accompany me today. I also bring greetings and apologies from the other chairs. As you know, we're all volunteers, so some of us have day jobs that doesn't allow us to be here present today, but they're here in support of the deputation today. We're here today to speak in support of the staff recommendations in the Ngāi Tahu representation report. These recommendations seek that the council support the status quo and return to arrangements for non-one representation in environment and council. The passing of the investment regional Okay, let's see. The passing of the Canterbury Regional Council Ngāi Tahu Representation Act in 2022 was a historic moment. It was the culmination of years of work by Ngā Whakatapu Runanga and Environment Canterbury to better reflect Ngāi Tahu's rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga in council decision making. Before 2022, we had a series of imperfect and ad hoc arrangements in place. These arrangements were tenuous and needed to be reconfirmed by the incoming council each term. We needed an enduring solution that provided for Ngāi Tahu rangatiratanga as guaranteed and outlined to us in our Ngāi Tahu Act, which I'll have a whole collection soon. And that Ngāi Tahu Act was conferred with the national government of the time. The Ngāi Tahu Representation Act formalised our arrangements and provided for two Ngāi Tahu voices to be heard at the decision-making table at last. Our two councillors are empowered to speak for us, our tipuna, our mokopuna, and Te Taiao. Since our councillors formally joined the council in October 2022, we've seen stronger relationships between mana whenua and the ECAN Council. We've seen better decisions made, which honour mana whenua aspirations and perspectives. The council has seen savings in money and time spent through more proactive engagement with mana whenua. And we mihi to the ECAN Council staff who, through their work, have shown a commitment to being a treaty partner of excellence. This government is not demonstrating excellence in its treaty partnership. Like its other regressive policies, the plan to repeal the Ngāi Tahu Representation Act is disappointing and short-sighted. It is based on the government's misinformed campaign and coalition commitments. Since the passing of the Act, critics have been silenced by the decent and efficient operations of ECAN. Critics had called out the potential for conflicts of interest, of our whānau double dipping, and of an erosion of democracy, but none of that has eventuated. The addition of the two Ngāi Tahu councillors has had the net result of increasing the council
I don't disagree with you on that at all. No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay. So the addition of two Ngāi Tahu councillors has had the net result of increasing the council membership by 2. No one lost their seat because Ngāi Tahu was invited to the table. In fact, the strength of the collective has grown. And I want to mihi to Councillor Kōrero and Councillor Cranwell, who have been our voice at the table and strengthening this relationship. In their rush to tick off their to-do list, ministers are cutting across their government's own values. We have heard the government speak of the importance of localism. In fact, at Waitaki Day this year, the Prime Minister called centralisation a robbery of power and control from local government communities. He said that central government shouldn't be running roughshod over local communities. We agree. Iwi and councils should be empowered to take their own We agree, iwi and councils should be empowered to take their own decisions in their own areas. What is more local than a regional council partnering with mana whenua to have a say on how we manage our region's whenua and Waimāori? We have seen other councils across the Motu holding firm to their commitments to tangata whenua and creating spaces at council tables for us. At last week's Local Government New Zealand AGM, 83% of the 72 member councils voted in support of the status quo for Māori wards. Again, I want to reiterate, the government should be committed to its localist agenda. It should be held accountable to that. It is cynical indeed for the government to talk about empowering local communities, but only if communities do what the centre wants. The government has also forgotten its history. In its rush to repeal the Ngāi Tahu Representation Act, the government has forgotten that Ngāi Tahu was first invited to the Environment Canterbury table by the previous national government. That government appointed Donald Couch and Elizabeth Cunningham and Councillor Cranwell as commissioners between 2010 and 2016. The previous national government also carved out a role for Ngāi Tahu in the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Act 2011, acknowledging that we had a significant role to play alongside the Crown and Council to rebuild our city and region and move all peoples forward. Tātipini O'Regan speaks of political amnesia, and I can think of no better term to explain the dynamic we are currently grappling with. Council's responsibilities to their future generations are written in the Local Government Act. Our responsibilities to ours are written into whakapapa. Taking a longer-term view, we seek that the Council endorses the recommendation ahead of them in the Ngāi Tahu Representation Report and maintain the current Ngāi Tahu representation arrangements. Nei te mihi kia koutou.
Thanks, Liz. Like I must apologise, and I can't apologise enough for the interruptions that you received there. It's no solace whatsoever to know that we've got new communication system coming, but that's next month. And thank you, that was pretty powerful from you. I'm not sure if there's any question of clarification required because you're pretty direct with us, but if councillors want to have a question of clarification, please go ahead now. I think we're pretty good, Liz. So thank you very much for this. And look, thank you. I think we'll get on that we're now got the recommendation up there, and again, resolutions in terms of the debate not now, but receives the deputation Liz Brown, co-chair of Te Rōpū Tuia regarding agenda item 8.2 Ngāi Tahu Representation Act, and 2 provides a reply to the response to Liz Brown as soon as practical. Somebody move that, please. Thank you, Genevieve. Seconded by Dion. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that is carried. So thank you for that. So now moving to 4.3 petitions. There are no petitions that we have received. There is no item 5. There's no extraordinary and urgent business. And 6, there are no notices of motion. So moving now to 7.1, which is the unconfirmed minutes of the meeting of the 24th of July and the 7th of August. So are there any matters that need to be brought in terms of changes, in terms of clarity? Greg.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Can I just request that during both those meetings, actually, I requested that you note that I am opposed to a independent chair for our part. I know the votes there. I'm all good with the democracy, but I want to know that
I oppose it too.
Oh, we've got rid. Oh, okay, so we're back online. Grant.
Chair, just reference to page 36, just a correction required for item 10.4. Just to effectively change that Councillor Swiggs was also appointed to the Audit and Risk Committee in line with the recommendation that's described in 10.1 on page 35.
There's also a correction just beneath that 10.5 where the line Councillor Robertson nominated Councillor Byrne, seconded by Councillor Davies with duplication from the previous page.
Anybody else? With those on that being noted, would someone like to move? So moved by Joe, seconded by Nook. All those in favour, please. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. Now going to the resolutions report. David Kōrero O'Connell was here in terms of that report. Dave, do you want to introduce that, please?
Mihi kia koutou, I te ata nei. Thank you, Chair. Take the report as read. I just want to draw attention to a couple of things, both on page 48. Items 130 and 132 are noted as green, but should be in progress, noted as being yellow and in progress. They relate to the updating to the governance statement following your committee review, and the second item relates to the discussions with your open for business discussions to be had with other statutory bodies and partner forums regarding the nature of those. So we'll update the report to have those as in progress. I'll otherwise note that the remaining in progress, which relates to
your city council conversation, there's an opportunity with a governance to governance forum coming up, I think, shortly, which may allow you to progress that item.
Through you, Chair, can I just request that 151 on page 41 gets 10.4 gets changed there as well. Thank you. To add councillor Swift's security.
All right, no more questions of David. Any discussion on that resolutions report? Doesn't seem to be any discussion, so we let the council notes the status of the previous resolution provided in the council resolution status report August 2024. Mover, please, for that. Thank you, Craig. Seconded by Genevieve. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. So now moving to 8.2, which is the Ngāi Tahu representation. 50. This it's like it's reincarnate. Sorry about this. This is just pretty embarrassing, actually. So there's just noting also so David, again, would you come to the table and introduce this? So we'll have just any questions of clarity once David's finished, and then we'll put the motion, and then we'll have a general discussion, and we'll allow everyone that needs to talk. So David.
Kia ora koutou. Through you, Chair, we'll take the report as read. As you've noted, Council received a request from the Minister of Local Government on the 11th of July, requesting Council to consider promoting a local bill to repeal the Canterbury Regional Council Ngāi Tahu Representation Act. As our staff advice outlines, based on the commitments Council has made with Whakatapu Runanga and the apparent benefit of having two mana whenua councillors and the contribution they make to council discussions and decision making, we've made that advice. We'd also draw your attention to the letters received from Whakatapu Runanga. So the Minister's letter was circulated to Ngā Runanga, and the response from both all Whakatapu Runanga and Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu are appended to the paper. Happy to take any questions, clarification. Thank you. Te mihi tuatahi, kia Ngāi Tuahu Zeri mana whenua, tēnā koutou, kei te mihi oki. Kone hiro runanga ki waitaha. Kia ora. I just have a question in that clarification on page 62 of the letter received from the chairs. Does that include Ngāi Tuahu Riri? And if so, great. If not, have we contacted them as well? Thank you.
As I said, the correspondence went out to all Whakatapu Runanga. As far as the letter and who it represents, does it cover all 10 Runanga? If I glance to my right.
Kia ora. Just a total for that, as the māngai for Tuahuriri, they are very aware. I've actually engaged with the Tiamana and also Rōpū.
Thanks for the report. I'm really conscious that moving forward we need to be thinking like this government, speaking like this government in a way, and trying to sort of like work with them to try and find good outcome. That's what they're talking about. That's what we're going to sort of think about. And so the report's great, but one thing that was really interesting when I read this report, it wasn't much about the actual benefits, tangible benefits. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence here, and Liz actually touched on this in her presentation, which I was really pleased about, around some of the financial benefits that having Ngāi Tahu around this table has directly to this council and to, dare I say it, our leaders up in Wellington, ratepayers, but we should be talking about residents. But can you talk to me about financial implications 3031? Maintaining the status quo does not carry any additional financial implications. But actually, I think we need to be thinking a little bit more than that. So what are the other financial benefits to having Ngāi Tahu around the table? Can we quantify that sometime down the track and actually say that when we start to defend this, if that's the way that this decision goes down, we can actually have tangible conversations with the government to say this is actually what this is doing from a delivery point of view. So are there any, and I don't think you'll be able to have those answers right now, but are there any high level things that you can present to us or tell us today that's actually been a benefit to having this relationship around the table?
David, I'll let you answer that, but I think that's a good point to bring up in the debate once we play the steps back, actually.
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs. And apologies, we should have outlined perhaps that in a bit more detail. Obviously, when the bill was being promoted, there was a lot of content in the original papers when Council put that forward, outlining what the benefits of that would be. So that included the number of plans and consenting type activities that have not progressed through to court processes because they've been able to be resolved through the relationship the way that it's been structured. So they're, I guess, very material examples of that. There's of course a whole range of benefits. That the ability to sort of quantify that in a financial sense is challenging when often a lot of this comes down to people relationships and the engagement and communication that takes place. And informing both at a staff level from the advice that we receive through the relationships we have through the Whakatapu Runanga, through to informed decision making, better informed decision making around your council table through having Ngāi Tahu members, helps all of that. So we did at the time of the original bill try to quantify what those material benefits are. It is a difficult thing, and you start to sort of identify, rabbit holes in which that is without expanding and doing a comprehensive job across council. But note that it does come with financial benefit. Most of those are process related and the efficiencies of processes in enabling decision making.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, just a question really, and it's around Liz. I think she said that the two Ngāi Tahu councillors on the regional council represent Ngāi Tahu and the Runanga, but we've been constantly told at various meetings that the Runanga don't recognise Nook and Yayan as speaking for them. Can we just get some explanation, some clarification around that?
I guess, do you want me to have a crack at that, David? Because I think there is a distinction here in the fact that we have individual relationships with Runanga chairs. However, the two mana whenua representatives have also represent individually those Runanga chairs, five of those Runanga each. I think the thing for me about this is that we get we get a judicious look at what we're trying to do with mana whenua when we have Ngāi Tahu councillors in the room, and I'll say that a bit later on. I'm not too sure whether you want any further explanation than that, Councillor Mackenzie, but essentially that's how I would interpret your question. Thank you.
If I could just add, in the sense of promulgating the original local bill, it was never the intent of council that having two members on council would cut across an active relationship with the 10 Papatipu Runanga. It was an and approach. It was never Ngāi Tahu councillors would replace the whole relationship.
I think that's a very important distinction that we need to make. As the relationship with Ngāi Tahu, in fact, mature as it is with Papatipu. And we acknowledge that. I mean, it makes it interesting, but that's the way it is, and that's what we're doing. Is there any further clarification required of David? Because if there isn't, the item is on the screen and recognise the letters received from Papatipu Runanga and Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu and supports the status quo and agrees to retain the arrangements as set out in the Canterbury Regional Council Ngāi Tahu Representation Act 2022 and delegates approval to the Chair to finalise the draft letter to the Minister for Local Government as set out in attachment 8.2.3. Now I will move that. I've got Stephanie's, it's much more powerful. What I was trying to say, I guess, is there's no better representation of our relationship with Ngāi Tahu and our evolving relationship with Papatipu Runanga than on the wall behind you there. Which details where we've come from and where we're heading to. There's some bits at the end we've still got to fill in, but that's essentially the commitment that this council has made to Papatipu Runanga within the region. The opportunity to discuss this is welcome. Councillor Burns.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I just apologise too. We've been dealing with this for a long time. We're all excited. We're a month out from getting new technology. So hopefully it will never happen again, but it is quite embarrassing for us and all this in the organisation. And thank you for your work. So I just really want to open really quickly and say completely support sending the letter. I find it ironic that we're supposedly here we are calling an honourable minister. I don't see any honour to this at all. It's dog whistle politics. I think it's just sickening, actually. I can't think of a better way to explain it. I would just say, as a Environment Canterbury councillor, both Nuke and Yayan, Ngāi Tahu councillors as well, Environment Canterbury councillors as well. I want to be really clear on here. They have all of the rights, all of the bits and pieces that all of the rest of us who sit around the table are. They swear allegiance to the province of Waitaki, Canterbury, and it is fantastic to have them here. I worked at Environment Canterbury before the commissioners. The lovely Bob Tighe was our Māori liaison officer. John Crofts was the kaumātua at the time, and it was great if you had the opportunity to deal. It is just, no disrespect, it's like having a prop plane to a jetliner, the relationship and the value that both the two councillors and the chairs bring to this organisation. So that's really all I want to say. Kia ora, thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for the paper. I'll speak in support. Actually, I feel really weird speaking to, I'm just going to turn around. I feel really weird speaking to our partners behind me when I'm sort of talking. But so you don't mind if I do my back view chair, sorry. Oh, thanks. Look, I'm really supportive of this, and I come from this as a, as a person from heritage or from Te Atiawa, from, that's where my whānau is from. And so I'm always thinking in the back of my mind about the partnership that Māori have in general with local government, with regional government, with central government. And I've gone through my own journey in this space about, what does mana whenua relationship around our table, and how does that impact, or how does that look with Māori representation and Māori views, because we do have a lot of Māori in Canterbury that aren't Ngāi Tahu. And so my sort of own journey through this was like, mana whenua is there to protect, to enhance, to look after, to be that kaitiakitanga, whatever you want to call it, to all people. And that's where I landed. But I do believe that Ngāi Tahu still have the responsibility to bring their voices for all Māori into our space. And I know that that's a journey that we're all still on, and I'm really keen to continue that journey. And I think the people that we have in our partnership are up for that, and I really value the conversations here. The one thing that I'd say to the government's voice around what they're trying to do here is, what's to fear? This is working, in my opinion. What's to fear? There is no fear. Democracy is not being taken away. Democracy doesn't need to look like it's looked for in the past. Democracy has many different faces, and this is just one face of democracy, in my opinion. So I'm very, very supportive of continuing this relationship. I value the conversations that we have. I value the tension. No good decisions happen without tension, and there are tensions in these relationships, and that is the beauty. I really value that as well. But in saying what I said before, I think all of us also have a responsibility to start thinking about this current government that we are working underneath. What is their language? How are they thinking? I've spent a fair bit of time talking to some of the ministers now over the last little while, and to try and understand what their objectives are. And they've got a different way of thinking, a different way of wanting to do it. But I do believe that they're trying to achieve the same thing that we're trying to achieve. So if we can kind of align some of that language and say, these are the benefits, these are the savings, this is the way that there's lacking efficiencies in the systems that we've got. So that is a sign, and I'm going to take that sign as a sign from my whānau, from my aunties up north, to say, you've said enough now. But hey, thank you very much for the relationship that we have behind here. I value it and I honour it, and I will continue to honour it as well. And so I will speak in support.
Thank you. Look, I've been a long-term adherent of the philosophy: one nation, one people, one law, one vote. So I'm not fundamentally opposed to Maori representation per se, provided though it's a concept approved by all electors, i.e. a referendum that's conducted either endorsing or rejecting the establishment of Maori representation. I note the Minister's letter, section 19E brackets 2 of the Electoral Act 2001 is clear that members of a regional council must be elected by the electors of each constituency of the region. So on the basis of those comments, I'm afraid I can't support the motion today.
Thank you, David. Grant and then Genevieve.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to everybody behind me.
Okay, I'll go to it.
Sorry. It's very ad hoc. I just think it's a sad day that we have to keep talking about, some of the changes that this government is seeking, and having to put everything forward in order to fight for what we know is comfortable, is right, and it's a risk not to walk together along these paths. I think it's sitting here for this amount of time. I must admit, you think you know it all, but you walk in, actually you realise how naive you are to a lot of the issues faced by some of these people who sit behind me, very special people. And I I just want to reiterate the risk. I mean, it is a risk. National wanted us all to talk a long time ago, and here we are wanting to repeal something that has actually earned itself over and over again as the right thing to do. So for me, it's an honour and a privilege to sit here today, and I support the chairs of the Runanga and the momentum going forward. And if it's a battle beyond this, then let it be.
Through you, Chair. Well, I'll be quite quick, really, but I think that for me, this is since 2010, representation has sat at this table in one form or another, and as was pointed out, it albeit perfect and ad hoc. And I just note that we had about 10 months of an exception when we didn't have Ngāi Tahu representation at this table from this 2019 triennium, so from about October 2019 to August 2020. Look, the relationship with Papatupu Runanga and this organisation has come a heck of a long way since 2010, and that is visualised by the work on our wall here. And it hasn't always been easy. And I think, to be fair, we can say that there's still opportunities for further progress based on mutual respect, understanding, trust, and working together. So I'll be supporting this recommendation today, based on the investment by all parties to date over the last 14 or 15 years, and particularly those who've sat at the governance table since 2010. And Liz, you mentioned some names, but I see Yvette Couch Lewis in the room, so I'll mention Yvette's name as well as our current councillors, and the work that they've done in strengthening that relationship of this organisation with Papatupu Runanga, particularly across the category. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, kia ora. I'll certainly be voting in support of this, just on a really, really pragmatic basis. Mana Whenua have the right to have their representation here. It's natural resources is the vast majority of the work that we do, and that's absolutely Mana Whenua's right and responsibility to have input into that, and that enables us to make better decisions. And it's really clear. I think I've been at council now for 1 and a bit terms, and many of us don't have a great understanding of Te Ao Māori, and it's so fundamental to our decision making. And so the input that Councillor Cranwell and Councillor Kōrero bring, raising our awareness, raising out that the Mana Whenua perspective into our collective decision making is invaluable. And I just, just on a really pragmatic basis, my personal, just my sort of moral sense is it's fundamentally important. But if you just want to take it as a really pragmatic decision, there really isn't a question in my mind, and I totally support it.
Ko tēnā koutou, rangi te rama, tuatai, ka mihi ki whanaunga, ngā hoa, ngā rangatira, tēnei koutou te pai mai nei ki te tautoko, tēnei hui, tēnei kaupapa, ki te hira mō tātou, mō tauri, muri atu, tēnā koutou. Te atu e iwi, tēnei ki te atu e mō tō mahi, tēnei tepu, i te wā aumua, tēnei ki atu e coming. And yeah, I mentioned you as well, that your work around this table, along with Yayan in the last term, and of course as Tumu Taio, which was a sort of intermediary phase of this relationship, is to be acknowledged, I think, because people, I don't think, will realise that yet we have the Ngāi Tahu Representation Act that we have now. But like Claire said, when we got elected in 2019, we came in and we didn't have Ngāi Tahu here at the table. They were there previously, like people have said, through our national governments, putting Ngāi Tahu representation at this table, but then there was a break in that when we went back to full democracy, and those of us on the table at that time fought hard to get the entire break. Like bring that to the table, and I think by December of that term, so we started in October, we had that decision made,
to progress that, and then I think by about March or so, the next year we made another decision to bring them on, and like Claire said, was August, they were on board with us with Tahu. But remember, in that time, they couldn't vote. So Yvette and Yayan that were appointed by the Public Excluded were here and they couldn't vote on these important matters. They could have an opinion and be part of everything that we did. And I remember in our discussions before that came back to this table, and I think it was actually Stephanie that said it, and I really remember this, that Ngāi Tahu were actually giving us a gift by agreeing to be here without a vote. And I think that's important to think about. They were willing to humble themselves to be here amongst us without voting at the top table. And the reason they couldn't vote was because the Local Government Act doesn't allow it. That's why we had to do the Ngāi Tahu Representation Act. My opinion is the Local Government Act's way out of time. It needs to be updated, and it needs to provide for not only model wards, but fertility-based representation around the table. So, Dion, I agree with your point about our Ngā Mātua Waka and Waitaki, and that they should be represented here as well. I'm saying let's bring that on as well as fertility-based representation. And if you don't know the difference about what that really means, because that's the important difference about it. That's different to the model wars discussion that's going on around the country, although they are all and this is kind of stuff that's really important. And Vicky sort of alluded to it around up to and our natural resource management itself. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Of course, I think this is great process what we're going through. Yeah, you could say it's sort of annoying, but I can think it's a reaffirm our position around this, have our Public Excluded come in, to have the leaders from the Brunei or Ngāi Tahu and the Public Excluded, and to hear our councillors' views on this, because it is a new council from the previous council that put through and supported the Ngāi Tahu Representation Act. So really compel all our councillors to support this and to not people kill them.
There's been some very ill-informed public and political commentary about this Canterbury Regional Council's Ngāi Tahu Representation Act 2022. I was absolutely honoured to represent councillors at the third reading Parliament in 2022. It was a landmark decision supported unanimously by the House at the time. This is Canterbury's local act, promoted by democratically elected members who are representing our community. And I feel at the table contribute to decisions with their local knowledge of the triad of Waitaki Canterbury helps us progress towards better environmental outcomes. We all benefit when we work together. The mana whenua representatives are accountable to their wider whānau with a population of about 74,000 people registered with Ngāi Tahu. I absolutely want us to maintain this healthy partnership. The appointments of Councillor Kōrero and Councillor Cranwell recognise the role of Ngāi Tahu as Karakia within the Waitaki Canterbury. The Act continues to provide for a significant step towards a new age of cooperation. A cooperative approach promised in the 1998 Crown apology to Ngāi Tahu as part of the settlement of the iwi's Te Tiriti o Waitangi claim, in which the tribes were in a whakatau was recognised by the Crown. And we have a copy of the settlement deed, and we're very proud to display that on the wall of this chamber. And equally, as the chair said at the very beginning, we're also equally extremely proud of our partnership and the timeline, which we also have on the wall behind us, which shows the cooperation over the last 26 years, from 1997 to at least at the moment, 2023. A huge exercise, and we're both, the partnership and ourselves, are very proud of that. Our partnership is strong, it's valued by our community, and I look forward to enduring collaboration. I reject the government's proposal to repeal, and I support the recommendation.
After the vote, there'll be an opportunity for Councillor Kōrero and Councillor Cranwell to speak. They've reserved that right rather than speak through this now, which when I helped Chair Huey before the bill, spoke to the bill before the select committee, we talked about the and I think it's the most pragmatic decision. It made sense to us. We've been doing this since 2010. Why wouldn't we want to continue what we were doing? It was a judicious process that we went through. There's a lot of debate on it, and we've come up to the conclusion that this was the most cost-effective. So we got another one. It's going again. Yeah, so it's the most judicious, cost-effective, and best value that we give the ratepayers of Canada, and so Mana Whenua had the opportunity to sit at our table. I'd like to acknowledge Yvette because Yvette was a powerful person. She made us think about things that I didn't even think were on the table at the time. She made us go into spaces that we weren't comfortable in, and therefore question some of the things that we were doing. So that you were great in informing us. And I'd also like to acknowledge Elizabeth, because Elizabeth was here when I first came into this chamber, and she turned my head a bit in terms of understanding the things that she brought to the table, which was great. So your support and your heart has been great. I respect the minister's right to do this under the coalition agreement, right? So we're not dismissing that. I mean, he's the right to do this, and he's asked the question in the right manner to us to consider this. And in considering this, we'll make a decision. We think this is a simple decision. So let's get to that decision. So I have moved this. Councillor Edge has seconded this. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against? You want that noted, Councillor East? So Councillor East wants his. So that's passed. Thank you once again.
Ko tō koutou tautoko ka tino whakahirihira te tautoko i a mate. Nō reira, e nā māngai, te kaunihera taiao o Waitaha e mihi atu whakawhetau. Can I just wanted then acknowledge all of our council colleagues on this table that have actually voted positively for this paper and this resolution. I also want to acknowledge Councillor East, because that is your decision, and I acknowledge that that is the way you feel, and you carry the dreams and aspirations of your constituents as well. So, can I just go back to April 2010? Because I was one of the Runanga o Ngāi Tahu representatives, along with Mark Solomon, Annika Goodall, that we sat in a room in Hereford Street, and Rodney Hyde and Nick Smith came to Ngāi Tahu and told us that they were going to actually install commissioners into Canterbury Regional Council. And I want to acknowledge actually the leadership of Mark Solomon, because it was that leadership together. And that's where we saw the change in the whole Of it. But I want to then turn to some people that have actually passed on into the long night. And some of them have been mentioned here today. Because you need to mention those, we need to look back to actually move forward. And that couple way over there, that footprint is, a lot of it was about them. And I need to start with the upoko at the time, Uncle John O'Cross. I also, Peter Ramsden from Kōrero, and his son actually sits here today. I want to also remember Rakihia Hinari Tahu. I want to remember Bob Tai as well. He's been mentioned here. But there are others actually in the Papatupu within our takiwā here, or the rohe of Canterbury Regional Council. Now I think of Claire Williams. I think of Mandy Waka. I think of Uncle Kelly Davis. I think of Uncle Ben Nutira. And also, I think of Pere Tainu. And I want to acknowledge the passing of Pere's wife, actually, at Unuku. But coming back to the response here, as a Ngāi Tahu Ikan councillor, I'm pleased that Council has recognised that the Ngāi Tahu representation under the Act is positive and it contributes to the governance and the operations of this place. You have actually just exercised your right to acknowledge that, and I thank you for that. The current situation is already enabling Canterbury Regional Council's commitment under the Tuia relationship as well. And I want to acknowledge Julian there. Julian Phillips, nice to see you again. Nice that you're here, because I know that you were also part, particularly, of our workings inside here at Canterbury Regional Council. Finally, we will always need to defend, as mana whenua, as tangata whenua, as Ngāi Tahu. There will always be a need to defend the real positive things, the unique things that actually we champion. And a lot of those actually are in partnership with tangata tariki. Because without them, who are we? So I want to acknowledge that as well. And finally, the Crown. While we cannot know for certain what the government will do, we still don't know. We would expect the Crown to take note of its own parliamentary practice manual, noting that the amendments to local bills only be contained in local bills. So hopefully this is the end of the matter, and sensibly the government leaves the matter with the locals. That is what our message, I'm sure, is now, that will go along with that letter. And now I believe is the time as well, is that we need to have the discussion about those councils that are in our whole Ngāi Tahu rohe, be it a provincial government of Te Waiponu or whatever. We need to have those discussions because this is what we're doing. Okay, kia ora. Thought I'd get that one in, but I do truly want to acknowledge our colleagues here today. Thank you. Ngā mihi, e mihi atu, kia koutou.
Kia ora, Councillor Kōrero. I think that might be a bridge too far at the provincial government right at this point in time, but you know, who knows? I'd look for PM, is it?
Kōrero waire wae, taku pane ki uta, aku wai ki tai, taku kaika ki, tāwiri e tau nei. Tanei makota nei ira ke kātara wewe, ka waire wae, hau nui. Tēnā koutou. Nō reira, e wari ai hoki. Tēnā koutou. Yeah, once again, no speech next now. For me, it goes back to 1840. It goes back to the Petitions or Waitaki. That's why we are here. That's why Nook and Councillor Kōrero and myself, that's why we are here. It's a partnership thinking way back then in 1840. Why on the 30th of May, the 10th of June and the 13th of June, tupuna signed the Petitions or Waitaki. What they thought could happen. Partnership, working together, and then Te Motuhu on the 22nd of October 1849, the first petition from Ngāi Tahu to the current, or to the government then was, we signed in 1844, we did the Otako block, 1848 the Kent, and in those agreements there were, where was the schooling, where was the hospitals, where was Tuia to Tuia, and then so Te Motuhu, Matiahe Te Motuhu, in 1849 started that thing. How can we work together? Where is that partnership that we were after? And as Councillor Kōrero has already mentioned, the people who have gone before to make this happen. We think about the Ngāi Tahu Māori Trust Board. All those, Smith and Nairn in 1879. From a lot of the recommendations from that never eventuated. We think about the Landless Native Act 1908. All those broken promises which led up to the Ngāi Tahu Māori Trust Board, 1941, I think off the top of my head. And then think about the people who won that. For us for Waitaki with Tom Robinson, Joe Karakia, those faces who have represented our Papa Te Purunanga, our marae, fighting for so long. And then to finally get the claim in 1998, the Ngāi Tahu Claim Settlement Act, and then working, that created so many opportunities. And working with councils, working with, there was non-mandated mahi from the Crown down to regional councils, and that started our conversation from us around the table. You are the Crown, even though Chair, we heard last week, our Chair didn't agree with me. But you are the Crown, and that's what we got told by the people that Nook's already mentioned, Councillor Kōrero has already mentioned, those people who are around the table, trying to work with the council, not fighting the council, trying to work with the council to say, this is a Te Whiti or Waitangi issue, Article 2, especially in regional council. Article 2 is so important. Our land, our whenua, our rivers, the air, the things that, who we are, our Mihi Kakai, access to our Mihi Kakai. So many things that the reason why we are here. And I suppose that is the reason why I, in 2016, why I put my hand up. Well, a bit of push from the whānau Wairewa, but get that hand up. But that's the reason, in 2016, because I saw the work that Donald Couch had done. I'd seen the work that Elizabeth Cunningham had done around the table with the commissioners, and then I thought, well, I could carry on the work from those people we've mentioned to carry on that support. When I was at the local government conference last week, I actually ended up being a speaker for the CBEC, the community board, and they talked about resilience. Why are you there? And this year is probably one of the hardest years to be a councillor, especially at Māori kids. The rhetoric that is coming from this current government. Our chair said take umbrage, because that's what they're doing. But when it's totally blatant racism, when you are affecting our Māori community, not only, the four well-beings are gone. Not only cultural, social, health, environmental, and economic. Just what's happening, the repealing of acts, what has it done to our people in this last 10 months? So it's easy to say this government is racist. And then having the PM come to our conference last week and belittle the mahi of councils and the work, the partnership that, and Māori wards, and also the current Minister for Local Government. Just his total disrespect of localism. We talked the whole conference last week about localism, and it was about letting our communities make those decisions. Those councillors have made those decisions about those Māori wards, And we as a community here have made our decision for these 2 seats. So I respect the councillors, Councillor Kōrero has already said, I respect the councillors and their decisions that they have made. And I'm really looking forward to where to from here. Where to from here? Because one of the things I reiterated last week was that the only way forward is in partnership. Tangata whenua, tangata tiriki. What that looks like, that's something we have to work on. That's some of the strategy we have to work on in the next couple of months or next year or so to work forward to how we can get more of our people to vote, not only in our community. So we're lucky enough to have Councillor Pauling. He went on his own mana and he got onto that seat. How do we get more Councillor Pauling Ngāi Tahu onto not only regional council? What is your why? What is your why? Why are you here? And Councillor Kōrero has mentioned, for me, it's Kelly Davis, it's John Wilkie, Andy Holmes, Kūdei Tau Waka, Waitaki George Tika, Hiri Tainu, Bill Gillies, Beth Phillips, Ben Nutera, Peter Ramsden, Graham Brunel, Charles Crocs, Bill Solomon, Becky Clayton, Lucky Tau, Claire Williams, John Crofts, Fonzie Daniels, Theo Bunker, Tom Kōrero, Ngāi Bunker. It wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. They're the ones who made me who I am. Be here today. The koutou, kua whakaai tēnei, tēnā koutou, ngā whakatiku, nei ki mea atu kia koutou, kia koe hoki e te whanauka, Julie, mō te tūna, mō tēnei mahi. Kōrero, kōrero, nā mea atu kia koutou, nō reira te koutou, tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou. Tahu Waitaki! Maraka, maraka! Tahu Waitaki! Maraka, maraka! Nei taruru te! Go, go! Ki ai! Mawhiti, ki ai! Maraka, raka! Tahu Waitaki! Hateru! Teeko! Hepo! Hepo! Heia! Kawatia! Auraki! Whakatau! Hui! Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. Look, there's some pretty powerful stuff to follow for me to follow on that, and it's probably just letting everybody down a bit slowly. So, but just acknowledging you, Mana Nui, in your words. You put a lot of time in here as a staff member, and now also the work that you do at Kōrero and also south of the Rangatata down at White House. So thank you for that, and I must say, yeah, and thank you for that powerful expression of why you're here. It was pretty cathartic. I think you handled yourself really well, and welcome. And look, also, so if you want to know what this means, that's what it means. I'll leave it at that. We'll come back now. We were going to adjourn because there's a bit of press around, but we'll come back again. We'll adjourn now, and we'll come back again at 1 o'clock. So thank you very much.
No, my Harry, mate. It's just ticked over 1 o'clock, so we'll make a restart this meeting. The recording is on. I note we've got some councillors that are still in progress into the chamber.
But this is an important issue. We've had a deputation on it this morning also around plan change 8, and Andrew and Zella are going to come to the table. So when you're ready, Andrew and Zella, I think we should just start. Now, just apparently the techies have been in here and made some adjustments to the systems. I don't know what that means, but at the moment the audio quality in here is pretty good. I'm not too sure about what it will sound like online, but it may be a bit fadey. Just you need to probably step up to the speaker or turn up the volume. I'm not sure what we can do any more than what we've got done. I'm just noting David Hill from North County News online too, David. Thank you, Andrew.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm very pleased to bring towards you today Plan Change 8. Plan Change 8 does 3 things as currently drafted. It addresses the issues, Tuia water action Supreme Court case. It also makes constructed wetlands easier to develop, identifies a permitted activity rule, and finally puts in controls similar to those under the current National Environmental Standard for fresh water to restrict intensification until the point we've got a new aligned land and water and coastal plan as you have identified in the long-term plan. Today's step in the process is simply to release to key partners, key agencies, key people that can help this council, a copy of Plan Change 8 under Clause 3 of the Resource Management Act. This is not the formal notification of Plan Change 8 for full public consultation. That, as currently scheduled, is due to occur in November. Today is simply to seek feedback from strategic agencies to help inform you to draft Plan Change 8 into a format that you're comfortable with for formal public notification. Thank you, councillors.
All right, so as the standard practice here, there'll be questions of clarification for Zella and Andrew, and then we'll push you back, Andrew, and then we'll have a debate or a discussion on it. So questions, Claire?
Thank you through your chair. Thank you for this paper. Just a question of clarity with regard to the recommendation 4, which is to note that in order to implement policy direction, in addition to plan change, the Land and Water Regional Plan, minor changes are proposed to the Waitaki Plan and the Hurunui Waia River Regional Plan will be required. Are they going to be consulted on?
That is the intention, both through the Clause 3 process and, of course, through the formal notification process in November.
Probably not, I'm not sure whether it's appropriate, but maybe we need to be looking at the wording on that recommendation, Chair.
It follows on actually from Claire's comment to Councillor Ngāi. Yeah, the plan changes to what Claire mentioned, they're not very clear in the recommendations. Yeah, follow on from that. But my main question was for clarity with regards to wetlands, because we know that we want to construct more. You mentioned that it's easier, it would make it easier to construct wetlands, but leaving the plan as it is, would it be impossible? So I guess what I'm saying is it may be more difficult if it's left as is, but is it impossible? No, it's not impossible. So really there's no urgency with that one as such. I guess the urgency is it with, for clarity, is the main focus still taken you?
No, we've brought you 3 issues those three issues are what we're suggesting we consult on through clause 3. Putting a priority around one issue over another is not something that's part of our recommendation today. It's more delivering on the scope of actions that the council directed us to investigate.
Sorry, just for clarity, this earlier on, it was, I believe one of you mentioned that we're here because of taking these issues, and that's the main reason we're here at this plan change. So we thought we'd use the opportunity to look at other things that were deemed needed. Which is the reason I'm saying it is because if wetlands can be dealt with without changing, what is the most urgent matter within those three options that you brought forward? Well, as you say, councillor feedback determines what is needed. I mean, it just feels, yeah, sorry.
If one or more of the issues that were brought forward today are not what council would like to progress, then the choice is yours not to progress those issues. But we were given what we believe was a clear scope to explore these three issues, and that's what we've done as staff.
Vicky, then Dion, then Ian.
Thank you. In terms of the change of use part, when we first started talking about, we had some urgent issues around particularly things like the local councils subdivisions and so on, red zone work. So that was a real clear urgency, and we've got a bit of a workaround on some. We heard this morning that there are still some issues and they got needs resolving. But then there was some conversation raised around some quite specific and what I in my head would call sort of small scale uses that were being blocked, such as dust suppression on a local quarry on a farm, such as wash water on a dairy shed. But what we're hearing about what's currently proposed is that it's potentially opening up much bigger than that, including potentially going back to water bottling as something that someone could submit on, also an application and a change on, maybe additional water to go into manage recharge, or I know we've got in tandem we've got the nutrient limits that we're putting in, so that recognises another key thing that's in here is to try and make sure we don't increase nutrients. But we do have over allocated catchments, and we do have an integrated plan coming in the next few years. Resolving allocation is actually a really big piece of work, and I know we've got some urgent things that we want to get done here. Realistically, an integrated plan for another 5 years by the time it actually gets implemented. We'll go through all the steps. So how do we, is there opportunity to really tighten up what can actually be permitted through a change of use to ensure that we're not actually enabling more water to be used that yes may have been consented but currently isn't able to be used, when we know that we're in an over allocated catchment, and therefore essentially we're sort of almost holding a line until such time as we can, through the bigger process of the integrated plan, address those. We're not sort of unlocking and making the situation more difficult in down the line. One of the criteria or parameters that we're proposing for the change of use is to look at the actual use and reduce from that. There's different pathways in the rule that we're proposing, but actual use based on the limited data is one of those pathways. So we're trying to get to a point where we can look at not more than just consumer use. So just to add, it's like can we say through this consultation process, if it becomes clear that actually it makes sense to try to minimise additional water use across those allocated areas, could we in theory put a cap on how much of a new use could be, in volumetric terms? Could we put a time limit on how long it could apply for, that's perhaps less than what the current consent is for, but that, it sort of ties in more with the integrated plan time frame, so that we're not incentivising significant uses of are we able to do that? Like, how stringent can we be in the framework to enable these small things that are clearly annoying and difficult for people, but not unlocking the whole thing before we get to the integrated plan, which is one which is really probably to be dealing with allocation.
Yes, and we anticipate that kind of feedback through clause 3 to help us refine and scope what we've talked to so far.
I've got a couple of questions. This one that I had written here was the people have. Can you come back to me? I've lost my notes. I'm sorry. Sorry, we will do. I'll come back to you on Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thank you. Andrew Zeller, my question relates to the one I asked this morning, which is in the recommendation 3, you talk about feedback from other parties. Is the scope within that feedback to consider enabling a change of use within a permitted activity framework instead of a consented framework, given that to enable a change of use, you're recommending quite a onerous and setting a high bar, I think is the terms you use, for the change of use conditions. Presumably, I guess my question is, if you're setting that high bar, do you then need to have a consent, or I mean, you've already got a consent for the take, but do you need a consent for the additional use, or could that be done on a permitted activity basis?
The clause 3 feedback could include those kind of recommendations and comments, and we'll take them on board.
Sorry, the sound system's really hopeless. I didn't hear any of that, Zeller.
I'll say the same thing then. The clause 3 process is an opportunity for people to make that sort of feedback, and if that feedback does come in, we'll certainly bring it to the council for its consideration.
Cool. Thank you.
Have you got your head unmuddled?
Yeah. Apologies for that before. The first one is the clause 3 consultation. I have asked around the objectives, policies and rules. Is that able to be included somehow within the consultation that you're going out, or is the clause 3 consultation actually to design that stuff in the first place so that it brings it back to us? I'm just trying to understand the process and what they've asked for.
The way I see it is that we've given those parties as part of clause 3 a starter for 10. It's just a starter. As planners, we know the importance of this work and the consequence of what it means to get it wrong. This morning I spoke to you about a very long legal process that had occurred around Cloud Ocean and Whakakapi natural resources with Aotearoa water action. It started in 2017 and it didn't conclude until 2022. Both Zella and Andrew are absolutely committed to not sending the council down a 5-year legal pathway if we can avoid it. Hence the reason why we wish to go out and get some feedback to almost check our work, but that will also provide you as a council with guidance on how to shape Plan Change 8 to best meet your outcomes.
The next question that I had was, I don't know if I want to go down this track, but the word targeted is being talked about here. Do we still think that that's appropriate use of the language? Is it targeted, and where are we? Because I know that we might have a different lens on consultation somewhere down the track. So, are we still comfortable with the direction that we're leading if this is approved for that?
In short, yes, we are confident that this is targeted, but there, as far as I'm aware, the word targeted is not a legally defined word. We use the word targeted to say that we're not reviewing the whole plan. We're targeting it on these 3 issues. That's why we call it targeted, because it's targeted to 3 issues, those 3 that I described.
So constructed wetlands, I mean, I've been pretty vocal about making sure that we unblock some of those pathways somehow. The 11D in the paper. Without 11D, the unlocking some of those barriers to the constructed wetlands would probably not be able to go through. Am I thinking in the right direction on this?
I haven't assessed it through that lens. I think this would enable an extra pathway that would help with the constructed wetlands. Yeah.
Because this constructed wetland piece has come directly from that resolution that we passed, maybe I think it might have been June, when I made an amendment on the back of a report that this council made, which is quite long and detailed around the challenges that people are facing to do the right thing. So, cool, thanks.
Okay, so we've got Councillor East, Councillor Cranwell, Councillor Pauling, Councillor Edge, then Councillor Davis. Councillor East.
The words have focused on the words targeted and the scope of consultation. Can you just reinforce for me, or and probably for everyone else, why it's a targeted plan? Because that sort of links into the consultation side of things. If it's targeted, yeah, you can restrict your audience a bit. But then on the other hand, we're having a number of groups saying to us that we're not consulting widely enough. So I'd just like a bit of clarity around that sort of targeted. You mentioned it a little bit a moment ago. You were targeting a specific activity, and the link to why we wouldn't expand the list of people we would consult with.
I'll reiterate that the reason it's targeted is simply because it's looking at the three issues that I've talked about. In terms of who we undertake Clause 3 consultation engagement with, we've provided a recommendation. My advice to the council would be, if you wish to extend that list more broadly, then set us as staff that direction. We've talked to you about the ability to release a draft to everyone to get the full public to engage. But if we do that, the process will get longer. The process, by very nature of getting longer, will also get more expensive. And that is a call for you as a council to make. Would you like more engagement? Noting that that will take longer for us to address, and also noting that in 2028, we're actually going to do a deep dive into all of these issues. This is simply something to keep our plan operating until we notify a review of the land and water and the coastal plan in 2028 in line with the LTP. But if you do believe that's important, then you tell us as staff what we need to do. But we've made a recommendation, and that recommendation is contained in your papers.
Thank you, Ian. Lots of questions are out of the road, Councillor East, that have that very discussion that we're talking about. So now we've got Councillor Cranwell, Councillor Pauling, Edge, then Dave.
Yeah, Councillor East, I was going to ask about the community interest groups, but we've already covered that, Andrew, so we'll wait for the discussion, once the motion is approved. The other one is just on number 30, just regarding participation through the public entities, and I know that's probably gone through the planners, with the exception of Michael already, who is the chair. How's that going?
I think the plan change aid has been pulled together quite quickly. As part of the way that we operate, it's part of our BAU. That involves a conversation with our Papatapu Runanga through their environmental entities. But we're actually hoping that we get even more feedback from the Papatapu Runanga through this Clause 3 process. They're one of the named parties in Clause 3. And so, just like any plan change process, we'll pay particular regard to that feedback that comes through the clause 3 process.
Councillor Kōrero, do you want to jump in there, do you? Yeah. Okay.
Just on that, on page 70, and I mean, it might seem semantic, but I don't think it is, because in that point number 20, you're talking about the specific parties. I don't think it's tangata whenua. I think it's either papatupu runanga or mana whenua. Because tangata whenua, again, are it's like kind of people of the land, but mana whenua, you can't have any mana. You can't have any mana if you haven't got any whenua. So mana whenua or papatupu runanga might be even better, just so that you know how they get a little kind of precious around that. I think it might be papatupu runanga. Thank you.
Just going back to 30, sorry, I thought Councillor Kōrero might have been asking something else. So just, I know the puppet, you know, the prees that, yeah, you're getting good work there because you've done it through the RPS as well. Just probably more that you, with the exception of Waitaki, I suppose, and it's got the chair, just to make sure that if there's any pre-stuff done, it has gone to the chair, or now will it just the clause 1 will just go straight to Tuahuniri and that's part of the process.
That was what was requested, was simply to go through the chair and to wait until you've got something drafted and agreed by council, and then wait the feedback from Tuahuniri. So we're, in essence, we're working in a nuanced way with our papatupu runanga, essentially trying to do engagement in a way that works for them, and that is a little different depending on where you are in Waitaki.
So is that already started? Have you been, has there been any consultation to date with Tuahuniri around this?
Not on the draft provisions, because they haven't come yet, but certainly in terms of how we engage, that conversation has happened with the chair of Tuahuniri.
Andrew. I've got a few questions, Peter, if you can be patient with me. So I'll start out on the taken use bit. And look, I agree, first of all, so that I agree it is targeted. We've taken a targeted approach to looking at particular parts of the whole land and water plan and all the sub-regional plan stuff, so I agree with the targeted. And the bit about targeted consultation is not really an issue because it's clause 3, schedule 1, it's set out in the act about how we should do that, and of course there is discretion to be able to add groups in, so I think we'll get to that later. So just in terms of what we heard this morning, I mean, I listened intently to the bit about, and Dion sort of asked this question, but I just wanted to reaffirm that. So obviously this next phase of consultation, if we get this out the gate today, other parties, of course, can raise those issues about the policies and rules to assess the effects of uses underlying the policy. That's correct. Good. Nods of the head. That's good. Thank you. And I think Ian's question about the permitted activity framework is interesting, and of course that can come through that process too. But my thing on that would be the bar would have to be set very high and include those extra rules and policies about the assessing the effects of uses. If that was ever happen, I think be really important about that. So, and going to the wetland bit, I'm allowed to go to the next. The wetland construction bit, I agree it's not really an urgency matter so much for this one, but it was an aspiration of our council that we brought to you as a council to ask you to do something about it. And this process, the targeted plan change process, has been a way to put that into. So I totally agree that it's an opportunity for us to put that in. So it's not so much a matter of urgency, but more about getting on with it and making it better for people who are facing those issues out there. And just turning to the agricultural intensification part of the targeted plan change. I just note from some previous work, and I'm just looking at the notes we've been given,
limiting the dairy conversions in our previous work was to 2020, and the new proposal was to limit it to the 2024 numbers. Why is that changed? Or should it, is it meant to be 2020?
Yep, good question. One date simply when the NES regulations started, which is 2020, and 2024 is when the NES regulations would end and the plan could potentially pick it up. In some ways, the date isn't too important because the regs have applied throughout that 20 to 2024 period, so intensification should not have been able to occur except for the 10 hectare permitted courts. So I think somewhere along the line, the date evolved, possibly more from a based on internal staff feedback about the ease of implementation. The further back the date is, the harder it is to prove and check.
That makes a lot of sense, and it relates to the other question I had about the dairy support period. It's also changed, but it makes sense that it aligns with the NES because nothing happened during that period. So thank you.
Got Councillor Edge, Councillor Davies, then Councillor Crocker. You still want to have a crack? No. So Councillor Edge, Councillor Davies.
Thanks. So sort of picking up on the issues that Craig's raised up. Page 68, 11D. Yeah, the issues of the substitution of an existing permit, and there's the bottom paragraph there is or sentence there is about in the over allocated zones, a rule proposed to have strong criteria. Then there's the issue such as last 5 years, volume is reasonable, clawback of some fresh-water. Will you be specifying what strong criteria means and what volume is reasonable? We always run into trouble when those things are sort of vague and undefined. Is there something that you could look at?
The provisions that we've drafted, we consider strong criteria in the policy that sits alongside them, and they include reference to efficient water use for the appropriate activity, which is incorporated in the land and water plan at the moment.
Will that largely come to be discretionary approach in terms of what your assessment of efficiency, or it's like they seem to be almost discretionary words. The word criteria and reasonable are subjective, seem to be, how subjective are they?
In this paper they appear subjective, but in a planning sense, in the planning documents, they do have definition and relationships of policies and schedules in the land for the plan.
Okay, the other item, page, I agree with Craig, the wetland, I think it's really good that wetland construction's in because it's all to do with interference with the water table and stuff like that, and I think we need to that's right, man. Okay. Page 69, item 16. There talks about permitted activity rules, incentivising good management practice, winter grazing, separation distances. Again, I know I've picked that up before because it concerns me that separation distances for waterways and critical source areas are pretty ill-defined apart from this illegal thing, which is ineffectual in my view. Will you be, will the proposal be more restrictive and more comprehensive in the way that we take the opportunity now to revisit that? Is that something we can do? To broaden, so instead of 3 metres we go to 30, we go to 15, or depending on what.
That's another area that we think feedback will be really useful in helping informing the next steps.
Sorry, Chair, the last one is item 17. The 17B, pathway is a non-complying activity for converting land to dairy farm land. So you're proposing that there's going to be limitations on that, provided that there's no increase in catchment contaminant loads or concentrations in the environment. Will there be mechanisms to measure and monitor those things a bit more closely? How are you going to ensure that those contaminant loads are not being increased?
That's a job that our consents team do very well in conjunction with our science group. So then I will be going into an area where we look at the implementation of the proposal, which is a little bit outside our area of discussion. We do work on the implementation as we go through this thing. Are these things implementable with our colleagues? But that detail of how they do it is how we're sitting with them.
And I might just add that a fundamental part of the land and water plan framework, particularly when it comes to high-risk farming activities, is the concept of a farm plan. And that's not a plan that just sits there. That's a plan that's actively audited. And so I think that rather than look at these in isolation, I think we need to take a step back and look at the whole land and water plan and the interventions that it's taken on to be able to deliver those catchment outcomes.
Look, can I just comment on that too also, because we've always had the opportunity to say that the system that we have in place and process round consents and round farm environment plans sets the baseline for those things in terms of the sub-regional plan. If those plans are not working, then they need to be readjusted as we go along. That's the opportunity. The opportunity is when we do the land and water plan. I think I get the feeling we're trying to go too deep in here and achieve some stuff that the plan should be looking to achieve. Actually, Grant, sorry to cut you.
No, it's okay. I was sort of picking up. I understand the reason for the baseline that we're looking at in 2020 because of the EES. I'd actually written down 2009, and I remember on the zone committee, the baseline that we started this whole process was about 2009. It keeps, the whole thing keeps changing. And in the meantime, pollution levels or whatever keep changing too. But I really, in terms of the FEP process, that would be the process. I have written down on the D, on the top of page 70, in terms of water quality, both groundwater and surface water. And maybe as a result of the consultation that takes place, that we actually look at the grading system. At the moment, we've seen that, I think it was A, B, C, D or something, and maybe it's a double A, a triple A, so that some of those things at a later date, but it could be that that's something that's picked up in the review of the land and water plan later.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Davies and then Councillor Robinson.
Could you clarify how water bottling may be permitted or restricted under this plan change? And specifically, could you address paragraph 12 regarding water bottling?
Currently, Plan Change 8 would enable the transfer of or the change of use from one activity to another. Water bottling could be considered under Plan Change 8 as a non-complying activity, the way it's drafted at this current point in time. A non-complying activity is an activity that, except in special circumstances, we wouldn't expect it to occur. I think that's my answer, Councillor Davies. No, the change of use can be, sorry, Andrew, we don't know what you're responding to. They didn't hear it. So, Joe, could you say what are we responding to?
Could it be permitted?
Absolutely not, Councillor. The transfer of use from one activity to another would need to be done by resource consent. That resource consent would be considered as a non-complying activity. There is a cascade of difficulty when it comes to resource consents. Clearly, no resource consent is required if it's permitted. If it's a controlled activity, then that activity must be granted, but conditions can be applied. If it's a restricted discretionary or discretionary activity, a consent is required. For a fully discretionary activity, any condition can be applied to it. If it's a non-complying activity, it can't be inconsistent with the objectives and policies that exist within the plan. So it's right at that top end of restrictions that our land and water plan provides. But it is possible to do that by way of resource consent. The most restrictive activity class is a prohibited activity, and no resource consent can be applied for. We haven't gone all the way to prohibited in this package of Plan Change 8, and I don't believe, my professional opinion is that it is very difficult to drag out a single activity like water bottling and then prohibit it. We can start to go into the details of that, but I encourage councillors to think of all the things that can be bottled, whether it's Coca-Cola or wine or anything else. And I think very carefully before prohibiting all types of activities on the impact that that might have on other things that you may like to see occur within the region.
I might be wrong here, but I think there's a number of consents within Canterbury that involve with bottling. And, you know, that's the door. If you open that door, then that becomes quite difficult in terms of things that you do going forward. Anyway, we've got the next person. The next person we've got is Councillor Robinson, and then we've got Councillor Mackenzie, and then Councillor Pauling.
I've actually just got a couple of, one is a clarification, please, on page 70, number 25. It says under scope of clause 3 consultation, and just going back to the broader picture again of consultation, it actually says broader consultation that is recommended by staff will make it very difficult to achieve the proposed timeline. So reading that, I'm assuming that staff recommends that we do have a broader consultation. Well, that's what it's saying here. Sorry.
My apologies, it's a typo. It should be broader than that.
I guess I just still have concerns about how Section 12, which was what Councillor Davies was referring to before. I mean, the RMA allows us to offer allocation amongst competing uses and activities, and I feel like we're restricting still the scope. And I know that that's what was discussed earlier on, but it still worries me when we get to the crux of making a decision. It still concerns me. The other concern I have is with regards to current consents. Sometimes there's conditions within those consents to use water that enables many uses for that water. One example is a commercial property in Richardson, but when you look at it, it actually says wash down, water bottling, food production, yet the very activity that is there at the moment is a transport company. So, I mean, what I'm saying is that it's the market, it's, people selling, I guess, the permits in the market. But is there an ability within conditions to keep adding new uses for that water? I mean, it's all very well to say, hey, we're changing the use to this, but we know that irrigation consents also means they can bottle water often. I just think we need to be very careful in what we allow, and yeah, that is a scope that I would, if it goes through, I'd expect to see, some really tight discussion on what those activities are. But that's just my 2 boxes.
Look, I think this is exactly the type of feedback that we'd expect to get through this Clause 3 type process. This is the very reason that we've picked practitioners as part of that Clause 3 list, people that use the plan regularly and often to be able to progress their various activities. We hope that by ensuring that we've given them a copy and we're getting their feedback, that from a technical practitioner level, that if there are any fish hooks like the ones that you're talking about, they'll be drawn out through that. We can then talk with you in light of that feedback and shape Plan Change 8 in the way that you're looking for as a council.
Councillor Mackenzie and then Councillor Pauling, I think you'll get you step back, Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Andrew, is there scope, is there ability for the council to take up the space of defining what is a change of use and what we think is not a change of use before we go out to discussion with whatever you call Scope 3 consultation? In other words, you know, we might have a position that says we don't think shifting from irrigating wheat to irrigating fruit trees is actually a change of use. Similarly, we might say bottling beer to bottling water is not a change of use, but changing from a wool scour to a washdown facility is different because I mean, in other words, define what we think is actually a change of use and suggest that other things may not be considered a change of use.
The scope of the resource consent is set in the resource consent and the associated documents for what people applied for in the first place. And if someone applied to bottle water, but they were actually bottling beer, and it was that specific in the resource consent, then they're kind of stuck with it. If they said something broader like commercial or food production, then they could change what type of commercial or food production activity. So it probably sits outside the planning process to have that kind of discussion and direction setting.
Okay, no, that's cool. Thank you. Well, it's not cool, but I get your answer.
Good question, Ian. So I just had another question that I had from some of the previous discussions on this. There was a discussion around the NES requirements being applied to irrigation schemes. I'm reading from this paper we got today that that's not being done. Can you give us the evidence of why we didn't do it?
We considered that was the feedback from council that we didn't want to include that in the scope of this.
Apologies. Remember, this is just a starting point. We took some feedback from you. We're going to get more community feedback. We're in the process of building a Section 32 analysis as we speak. Well, not as we speak, because the people doing the Mihi are here. But that work is still to come and still to be completed. So it's not, we are not at the end of the road yet, here, Councillor Pauling.
Thank you. I mean, my feedback on the day was exactly show us the evidence either way, and I'm happy to do that. But okay, that'll come through the process, and when we get notification, we can have that discussion again. Cool, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Look, I think unless anyone's desperate to ask another question here, I think we'll move to the recommendation there, which is in front of you. Unfortunately, the screen doesn't show the 4 recommendations there. Yeah, go.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to refer to the list in Mihi Corner's letter presentation that she tabled, and your thoughts on if that list was looked at for some further consideration of broadening the list. My view is, I think going to the entire public really slows the process down quite a lot because this is a targeted change. But I think looking at some of those other community interest groups could be worthwhile. Have you got a view on some of the groups on there, whether that's worthwhile?
We've made a recommendation in the paper. That is our recommendation. If we choose to add more people to the list, my recommendation to you is that you suggest to us as staff to go and have another look at the list and broaden it more broadly. When you do that, Some of the thinking that we'll need to put in is how does that affect the time frame? You know that we went out equally, actually maybe more broadly on the regional policy statement, and we received 4,500 pages of feedback. I can't underestimate the task that that creates for us as staff in terms of moving something forward. If we do get an awful lot of feedback, I will be coming back to you and talking to you about the challenges that that puts on us to deliver at the time frame that you've asked. But I'm more than happy, and so is the team, to take your direction as to where we take this.
Along the same, sort of the same lines, but in a sense the reverse of the question, why specifically were the Hector Hines catchment collective and mid-Canterbury catchment collective put into the community interest group list? And also actually the Nelson and Marlborough Fish and Game Council, which are sort of beyond our boundary, but particularly those two catchment collectives, which are so very specific and very localised, which immediately makes me go, well, there's actually a whole bunch of others that I would put into that same type of category. So, you know, I feel like it needs to be one or the other, but what, yes, those specific ones, what was your reasoning there?
Look, with all due respect, Councillor, I think that's when we can have this discussion. That's the third time this has been raised about the list and how wide it is. Now we're getting to, sorry, but now we're getting to specific names. I don't know if that's going to get us any further forward. We've got the opportunity to have that discussion without putting staff under pressure here. So I think that we should use that. We can say those things when we have that general discussion, if you don't mind.
This is just about the recommendation. Are we up to that? Well, it's just that I would like to see the three main items that are issues. I'd like to see them separated, please. Okay.
Do that.
Sorry.
The process that we've got here is Andrew and Zella, thank you very much for that. It's been valuable, 15 minutes discussing that. I think now we need to, in terms of our process anyway, we need to put the recommendations up. We need to get a mover and a seconder for that. Then we can have the discussion. So you want to move? Moved by Councillor Easter, seconded. Do we have a seconder for this? Seconded by
yes.
And Councillor, look. We've got a seconder, right? Look, we're going to second. Of course. Look, I don't mind making all the mistakes here in terms of process, okay? But just allow me to make them rather than second guessing from the table. I'm hearing all sorts of conversations around here about what should happen. If I get this wrong, let me know. I don't mind. I've got lots of things wrong sitting up here. I'll get some more stuff wrong today. But essentially, we've got a mover and a seconder. Now, can I go to you in terms of what you're saying?
Thank you, Chair. I made a point before in my question for clarity that I thought that we should actually just change some wording in point 4.
Councillor Mackay, I'll take that on board. But I think before we start here, before we actually start changing the regulations, can we have the discussion? Going to your point, can we start and do this in the order that they're in the paper? So can we start with take in use? Councillor Portman.
I think, you know, you're definitely doing the right process. So we've moved and seconded the motion on the table. Now, if people want to change those, they have to put an amendment for them. So if people want to take them separately, they need to change number 2, I would imagine.
So is that the thing I've got wrong? So do we?
Yeah, sorry.
So you're telling me, Councillor Pauling, that we need to make those changes, then have the discussion?
I think at the moment this is the main motion that's on the table, and we can obviously enter into debate, but anyone can foreshadow a motion go forward. So that's sort of, we've already had 2 foreshadowed, one from Councillor Mackay and one from Councillor Robinson.
So they need to work their wording out, really, and if we need an adjournment, we could have an adjournment, and then they can put them forward, vote on them. If they fail, you go back. If they pass, and that becomes a substantive. Yeah. That's where we're at. I'm happy for however this process is going to work, but I just have been sitting here making some notes about what I wanted to contribute towards the debate. So let me know when that I can do that. I'm happy to do it now. I'm happy to wait. Thank you.
Or no momentum. Just one way of doing that for me. Okay, we're back on. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to go around the room and discuss these items. I prefer to do them one at a time, but if there are councillors who, in the discussion, want to foreshadow a motion and a change, we will do that, and you can do that when you speak. So, Councillor East.
Alternatively, Mr. Chair, you could ask the people that are wanting some change to note it, and with the leave of the mover and seconder, they could be just incorporated.
I feel reasonably comfortable doing it the way I suggested, actually. And so let's start. What's the good? Dion.
Well, I'm going to start the debate because we will sit here forever, but I'm actually just going to support all of it as it is. I'm not 100% comfortable with it, given the things that I've heard, but actually this for me comes down to trust. And, I'm hearing a lot of things from the community, and I hear the words from our staff, and I trust my staff, well, not my staff, but the chief executive staff, that they're on top of it, they've heard these things, they're going to go out to these people, they're going to bring this back. We've got some issues here in our region to move forward that this is looking to fix. And we've been talking about this for a very long time. And I really want to see what that fix looks like. And this is the open door to get that fix happening. So I'm pretty comfortable to support it the way it is. I'm looking forward to seeing what the stuff that comes back to. But ultimately this comes down to trust for me. I trust the staff and we've got this, and I'm looking forward to what it comes back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just acknowledge, I'm glad I did go second then, because trust is not for me. I think the staff are great, and I've made the point here, I just want to acknowledge the work that you've put in at the request of the table, so thank you for that. I know how difficult it can be with all of that competing stuff going on around the table, but I've made a few notes, and look at all the discussion that we've had, including the pre-council briefing this morning, the deputation from Awa. No one's really discussed the impacts upon the water bodies that was in groundwater itself. And along with Peter Richardson's comments during his deputation, what I'm concerned about is the potential unintended consequences creating, in his words, consent property rights to trade and monetize. I can't help but be slightly cynical here that when anything comes to economics and water in the region, we have to do something at the drop of a hat when it comes to environmental stuff that we need to do. And I harp on about my old baby, the regional biodiversity strategy. It seems to drag on and on and on and on. I would also say, finally, that in relation to the water bottling, thank you. After a long period of time, I was going, oh, yeah, okay. So I kind of get it that you can't pull one thing out. But I do want to be really clear, and I think it's well worth reminding everyone that not only through legal action, but there was a hell of a lot of protest in the streets by our communities when the opportunity was there for people to make money out of water, which is, here in the region. So anyway, I don't really have much to add. I do thank you. I trust the staff here implicitly. I think the advice we get is very good, and I thank you very much for that. So.
Thank you, Councillor. So we've got Councillor Kai next, and then Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I also thank staff for the work they've done on the paper and getting it to this stage. for a decision today, and that I will be supporting the recommendations going forward. I will jump particularly to point 4, which I have indicated that I'd like to see the word required be changed and to consulted on, so it reads that it will also be consulted on. Just possibly some people might think that's being pedantic, but it's been quite straightforward that we are actually consulting on those two as well. I am concerned about particularly a change of approach as an organisation here. We've always focused on managing nutrient issues from farming activities, and the agricultural intensification targeted changes here are focusing on particular types of farming, and that does not sit very comfortably with me. This is particularly illustrated by the focus on dairy support land, where Where's Your Daddy actually indicates how you're going to be managed by regulations. For those of you who don't understand my cryptic comment there, it really means the sire of the calf and the animal that then grazes on that land, particularly up to 2 years of age, is actually determined by our regulations. They are going to graze the same block of land, it's going to graze the same amount of feed, be managed by the same person, have the same output coming out the other end of them, and have the same effect on the environment. So I'm actually really quite concerned about the change of our approach, where we're actually looking at a particular type of farming rather than actually managing the nutrient issues.
That's noted. Thank you. Look, and I just asked Councillor Egan and Councillor East to consider what Councillor Mackay just said in terms of the word required, and we can get to that when we get this debate further down the track. Councillor Mackenzie, and then Councillor Pauling and Councillor Southwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I support the recommendations as they stand. Clearly, we are proposing a targeted plan change to target those unintended consequences that were a result of the Awa decision. Now, the Land and Water Plan was written clearly not to preclude splitting take in use, and that was widely consulted on and a huge amount of feedback. The Awa decision was driven by, my memory certainly, is that a whole lot of people in Christchurch and probably wider afield didn't want Chinese-owned water bottling plant to take over a consent that had been granted for another purpose. The result of that decision by the whatever court it was that there are a whole lot of practices that were caught up unintentionally, and it's absolutely critical that we move as fast as we can to rectify those unintended consequences. What the staff are proposing here is to go out to consultation to people, specifically around to make sure that we are capturing all those unintended consequences so that they can be considered in the targeted plan change. And I support that process, and I don't want anything to get in the way of expediting that as quickly as possible. I also support the inclusion of the wetlands, but acknowledge that is not as time important as the rectifying the Awa decision anomalies. I chaired the wetland project on behalf of Landcare Trust and the Regional Council, and the recommendations that came out of that are embodied in the changes for the wetland stuff, and so I do support that. And I also support the, and I would have thought would be unanimously supported by the council, the changes proposed to deal with the provisions under the NES from running out of time, and that I think Andrew and his team make a very good case that we need to make sure that we are managing that when the central government direction runs out. So I support all the recommendations as they're written.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pauling, then Councillor Southwood, then Councillor Ward. Kia ora, everybody. Yeah, thanks. I reiterate the support for the staff and the work they've done, pulling this together to
deal with some issues that we've been dealing with for a while now. So let's acknowledge that. Thank you so much. I do support the proposal as well. I note the concerns that we've got and that we've been put in front of us, especially on the take and use stuff and around transferring of consents. But I think the clause 3 consultation helps us deal with that. We're not at the notification stage. We're not making a decision on the final plan and on the final policies and rules. But this process allows us to take it to those groups and to get feedback on it. So I'm looking forward to that. I support the wetland stuff. I think that's a really a good initiative, and the agricultural intensification stuff in terms of just making sure that that NES protections that were there are not lost in the interim while we do our integrated planning. I think that's really important. And I do support Councillor Mackay's amendment to number 4, so I would support that. The only thing, in saying all that, the only thing that I would ask us to look at is amending an amendment to number 3 around re-looking at the list quickly and using the list that was provided by Forest and Bird in the deputation this morning, to look at that as a starting point and come back to us quickly, or just move on once you've reassessed that list. So that's the only thing that I'll look at. Thank you.
The Councillor Point, just get that straight, with the words review the consultee list and schedule, clause 3 schedule 2, would that be a schedule 1, sorry, would that be appropriate if we had that wording in there? Is that what you're thinking? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to shadow the same thing. So I'll second the ruling on that front. And I think, have a careful look, particularly at the list that Forest and Bird have put forward. My reasoning being for that is that we do have over-allocated zones in our region, that we need to address that issue. We know that it's a longer time away when we get to really properly address that, but I do have this sense that when we were talking about adding some extra, like the wetlands and resolving some of these issues that had a real urgency around the red zone and the like, other things have been added in, and my sense always was they were just little things, but now I'm hearing that we could potentially be opening back up to water bottling. We could be looking at quite substantial volumes of water, albeit we might claw back a little bit in the process, but we have over-allocated areas. That means that our natural environment is missing water, that there's water that's not held in the environment for the environment's sake. I don't have an issue around financial mechanisms, so that using sort of sales of permits can actually be a mechanism to bring more economic value, and that's in the Randerson report that's shown to be a perfectly acceptable and useful mechanism in the right way. But fundamentally, if you're over-allocated, it doesn't matter how much value you're going to get economically from that water. It's not there to give because the nature needs it. It's the financial economic aspect is irrelevant by then. It's nature. It's the nature to get it back. And I think that a positive unintended consequence of our decision is that it sort of held water from being put to other uses in these over-allocated zones. And look, perhaps we should try and hold on to that advantage whilst we then get our ducks in a row and get our work underway for the longer term integrated plan, rather than sort of releasing it again now and then having to claw back and people change what they're doing in 4 or 5 years time. So I'm really keen, and I think the key thing for me is making sure that when we're developing the framework around how we manage what we allow through this new piece of PCA for changes of use, that we have as good and as broad on picture of informed information coming back to us is valuable. We get this information for free. I don't see it as a negative thing or as an overloading thing. It actually helps us get stuff right. So I think let's just support that co-calling and a slightly broadened list, just to reduce at least the section that we're so heavily weighted on industry now.
Thank you. So Councillor Ward, and then Councillor Robinson, and then you. You put your hand up, look.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank the staff for the work they've done on this today. I support the changes and their recommendations. I think we need to trust the staff, and we need to move on. I think we do need to consider taking use and the consent holders who have these consents, but also we need to think about the use of water in an environment. Hugely supportive of wetlands and making that whole process a lot easier. I echo and support what Councillor Mackay's comments around dairy grazing and grazing of young stock, and also definition between what is defined as a dairy animal and a beef animal, and also echo Councillor Mackenzie's comments around the capture and the consequences. So yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, Genevieve.
I don't feel still that we're putting our best foot forward for our communities. I'm sorry. I've listened to every voice at the table, everything that's been put in front of me, but I still feel like something's very lackluster and missing from it. The unintended consequences of taking use is just feels like it's I don't even know how to explain it. It's anyway. I can't think what I was going to say. In essence, I don't support. I support some of the changes with regards to wetlands and the list for consultation. However, with all the other unresolved issues that sit really uncomfortably with me, I won't be supporting it as it is at all. I think the community deserves better. I think our water deserves better in a climate crisis where water's been treated as a commodity rather than a living entity. If we only had the same oversight and accurate lens on water as we do with land use, it would be a different story, but we don't. It's traded, it's transferred, it's sat on for sometimes 35 years doing one thing, and then we can turn it into something else and sell the land and the permit based on that. It's over inflammatory. We're putting too much value on something that actually is worth the same amount to every single person in this room. Rather than actually just looking at water for water's sake and putting it back into the aquifer or the groundwater, or bringing it back to council so we can actually look at the whole thing and determine what outcome is desired for our communities as a whole, rather than just thinking someone has got a permit, they want to use it for something else, let's just do that. I don't think that's a wise choice in this day and age. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Genevieve. Is there any other speaker now? I know the mover and seconder are yet to speak, and you will get that opportunity, obviously. But are there others that want to speak to Councillor Prikel?
Good, Timana, for the opportunity. Look, I'm going to support this, and that's the reason why I want to speak, because I want to be on the record. But I've got quite a lot of empathy for Councillor Robinson and actually what she's saying, because it is a commodity, absolutely. And I just think that this is the beginning of this thing. I mean, it's not as if we're making a decision, a wide-reaching decision. I think that I'm supporting this because we've got to start, we've got to get this thing moving. And for sure, you're going to keep coming back at it.
Okay, thank you. Are there others? Because what I'd like to do now is put those two changes, so Councillor Mackay on 4, if you could, you've got that now? And yours have been sent through, have they? No. Do you want to come around and make it around here, and then we'll just adjourn for a sec, get these on the table, and then you can speak to that if you're happy to. If you're happy to endorse the changes, then you can just speak to it, all right? I guess if everyone else is happy, that's good. think we'll start again. Apparently we will start again. All right, so what we might do here is we'll put these recommendations up because there has been some changes to them. We will give you the opportunity to speak to that before we go to the mover and seconder. If the understanding the mover and seconder are pretty comfortable with this, so we can just pass it without pulling it out and doing something else with it. Great.
So look, I'll put forward, I tried to find the words to make it easy without replacing the whole of 3. And so the idea is that staff will go away and look at the list that was provided by Frost and Bird, reconsider that, and then go with what they think is right. Like at the moment, this is not a resolution that we're approving, it's just a recognising, and we're noting, because Clause 3, Schedule 1 consultation is for officers to do, not for us. We get to do the notification bit. So that's why I'm happy for staff to go away and do it, but it's just a reconsideration of those names that have come forward through the public process this morning. So that's good.
I think that's fair enough. I think the fact that it's a recognition of the discussion that's gone on in this room, and the list itself been referred to a number of times in terms of the fact, hey, it's not wide enough, it's too narrow, there should be some on, there should be some off it. I think that gives staff then that opportunity to do that without too much interference from councillors. So anyone else want to speak on that before I go to Councillor Eads, then Councillor East? And the final one, the 4, there's a change to 4 here too. Yeah, which is pretty straightforward. Councillor Eads.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm happy with those 2 amendments. On the understanding, my understanding is with item 3, and from that list, the staff may consider to widen that list based on those names there. As long as they're aware, and they have told us already, the purpose of this PCA is to get it out for notification by November. They have told us that going too wide potentially affects that time frame. So in the assessment of anybody on that list, as an addition to the list they've already provided, that they should be cognizant of that time frame. Okay. Otherwise, I support it.
Thank you, Councillor East.
Thank you. I'd just firstly like to note that Plan Change 8 is primarily proposed, promulgated to address the unintended consequences of legal decisions. We've noted that there are 3 issues: taking use of water, wetland construction, and agricultural intensification. I probably, in hindsight now, would have liked to sort of have the wording changed slightly to emphasise that these are the targeted actions that are required rather than it's a targeted plan. I hear the conversation around expansion of the list, and I'm comforted, I think, by the notion that staff may look at the list and add those that they see may be appropriate. I also note that Andrew has mentioned that some of the issues that have been raised are going to be dealt with in the deep dive post-2028. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation that's up there now. I know that the recommendations are note and recognise. They're not binding us to anything specific, so I'm happy to support the recommendations that we do.
Thank you. I see you with a hand up, Councillor McKenzie. I'm not going to you at this point in time because we've had the mover and second to speak to this motion, and I'm going to put it to the council. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? You want that noted, Genevieve?
No. Tahu.
You're against that, Councillor McKenzie?
Well, I would have liked to have a chance to have talked to the motion before you put it, actually. I think that's unnecessarily strict protocol you've used against me. Sorry.
That's unfortunate, but that's unfortunate, Councillor Mackenzie. That's where we're at on this, and I just particularly want to move on here. So, unfortunately, we're not going to let you speak, and we're not going to let you speak either, Greg. Oh, you understand? Okay, so it's passed. Noting that there's an abstention from Councillor Burns, and there is a no vote from Councillor Robinson. And I'll just check with Councillor DJ. Where are you with this?
It's a no from me, if that could be registered also.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DJ. Councillor Ward, are you supportive?
Yes.
Can we have clarification on what we're voting on? Are we voting on the amendment, or are we voting?
No. That became the substantive motion, Councillor Mackenzie, and there was an opportunity to speak to that before I went to Councillor East and Councillor Edge. I didn't see your hand up at that time, so therefore you weren't taken into consideration at that time. So at this point in time, are you for or against this?
So just to get it clear, because it's hard to follow, the sound is atrocious, and I only get half what's being said. But are we voting on all four recommendations, the modified all four recommendations?
Yes.
Right. Well, I'll vote in favour of those. But can I just make one comment about the expanded list of consultations? And I've got no position on who's included and who's not included. But the purpose of that should be to look for specific advice on the targeted plan change, and not to encourage people to open up the discussion on a whole lot of issues which aren't relevant. And we've already heard that today from submitters talking about stuff which isn't relevant to the targeted plan change.
That's noted from you, and I think that discussion is why we've gone to the submission, to the expanded list, so that can have a revised look at that. So the feeling in the room is this needs to get out and get done, because that's what the council has asked for it to do. So thank you. We're now going to move on to 8.5, which is update on the Waitaki Integrated Plan investigation. So thank you very much, Andrew. Oh, you're back. Yeah. Well, we've got Rudy. And Catherine, is Catherine here? Are you coming forward, Catherine? No, you're not. Okay. We're now at 8.5, so we've actually skipped over 8.4, but we're going back to Andrew.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm exceedingly excited to bring you this paper today, especially after the kōrero that we had this morning around the Ngāi Tahu representation. You know, and this is one of those examples of kind of that partnership really in practice, from my point of view. In March 2024, you, along with Otago Regional Council, committed to working in partnership with Mauraki, Arowhenua and Waihorunanga. You wanted to investigate whether or not we could manage the Waitaki catchment as a single hydrological unit, noting, and we've provided maps on your desks, noting that part of the Waitaki catchment is administered by Otago Regional Council and part of the catchment is administered by Environment Canterbury. Noting also that the three Papatipu Runanga that I've named have mana whenua status over that catchment. We've spent since March working together, and on stage with me today I have Zella Smith, who you've already met earlier today, and I have Trina Davidson, who is one of the planners that we work with at Aoraki Environmental Consultancy. We're also supported by Sandra McIntyre, by Nicola Rikers, and by Anita Dorr. We have a number of comms staff working with us to help build this proposal. And today we're in essence just bringing you an update. The purpose of bringing you an update at this point in time is that the next step of this proposal is to go and talk more broadly than just the 5 parties that I've mentioned to talk with central government. You know, we have a Waitaki Act to govern resource management in the Waitaki catchment, to talk with the irrigators, the power generators, the salmon farmers, the territorial authorities, all of those parties in the Waitaki catchment about what is the right pathway to manage the Waitaki in the best way, noting that that management is not a catchment management approach, because the catchment, by the mere fact of the boundaries, dividing some of it into ORC's world and some of it into ours, makes that catchment style management more difficult, makes delivering Kiutuki time management, mountains to sea management more difficult in the Waitaki. There's only 2 recommendations on here, but the next step after this, and I'm going to reiterate it, is that we'll be going out. Peter will be going out. Stephanie will be going out, starting this conversation with the people on the ground. We're expecting to have a full proposal that we can bring back to you in March next year, but that'll be informed by those voices that we're going out to try and engage with now. Trina, Zella, have I missed anything in my introduction? Sure.
Thank you, Andrew. And I do note that we're noting, we're not endorsing, and we're not doing anything more than that. We're just noting this paper, and for many, it is the first look at some of these things that we're talking about. I mean, there's been the concept that's been in the air, but this is the first bit of that. So, councillors, have you got questions of clarification for Andrew on this, or Trina or Zella?
Thanks, Andrew. I asked this morning about providing a map, and you provided a map showing the catchment, obviously with 3 district councils involved in the loop, including Otago District Council. You mentioned this before, that you didn't see this as a catchment management exercise. It is a catchment management exercise, isn't it? The whole thing, all of that plan there, it's on that plan. Cool. I was just going to point out that I've just received yesterday a document from the Y Connection people who did some geophysical analysis of the Benmore catchment, sub-catchment within that. That was really, really good. It's very clear to see that. So I presume at some stage your database and all those sorts of things will extend out for the entire catchment. Or is that an RBS thing?
This is the point of the investigation, and I don't want to predetermine where we get to, Councillor Reach. I'd like to await your decision and ORC's decision and the direction that comes from our Papatipu Runanga before saying where we might go with this proposal. There's a lot of water wide to go under the bridge between now and then.
Councillor Ward.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Does it sound is absolute rubbish today? Anyway, I guess my question and concerns are that it's 5 months since this was presented to us originally, and our community and ratepayers and groups of interest have been hanging there wondering what's going on, and I would have thought by now there should have actually been some public consultation. And some of my ratepayers in my area are very disappointed.
Thank you. Thank you. That's noted. Councillor Mackay.
I guess my thinking is sort of builds a little bit on Councillor Ward's comments there. Regarding the graphic or the figure on page 91, which is just outlining the potential project governance area, I am concerned about the presentation of that. And I guess this paper comes to us at the same time as it's being made public in the interest of transparency. But I do think this signals a real tension of how we communicate and take people with us on journeys such as this, rather than get their backs out by late involvement or late information, So the question I have, does the group looking at the structure give serious consideration of putting a stakeholder representative into the management governance group?
That's noted. Yep.
Second question then regarding point 9, where there's some suggestions there or proposals around who might make up that management group. Has Ministry of Primary Industries been considered as significant?
We didn't consider MPI, we've considered MFE because they hold the Waitaki plan and a bit of the RMA and the Act that we need to deal with to change it if that's the preferred option in the long run.
I'd like to add to that. The whole point of us going out and doing engagement now is to get that feedback. The engagement is not just at a catchment level, not just looking at the parties within the catchment, but very much talking with central government around, you know, this aspiration that's come to us and that we've endorsed and put some money into. I don't think anyone on the working group thinks that it's something that's definitely going ahead or something that's definitely not. The working group has simply come forward with a recommendation as to, firstly, what's that starter for 10? Because if we go out with an entirely blank sheet of paper, we're not really helping the community or central government. But that doesn't mean that we're a closed book around where we might take this over time.
So just then, may I offer that maybe when that you go out, that you have some options.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Well, really just to reinforce the comments that Nick and Claire have made, but it seems to me that you're going out of your way to get the wrong reaction from the community when you do go out for consultation by excluding them from the process for up until now. And Andrew, I think I heard you say that your part of the engagement is to talk to central government. Well, the reaction I've had from central government is that they're outraged that their community hasn't been involved in the process so far. So you may get the wrong reaction, not necessarily because you're suggesting the wrong, nothing to do with the merit of what we're trying to do on the Waitaki, but because of the process by which you're going through to get the community to see what you're trying to do. You're going to get so many backs up that even a rational and sensible approach to managing the Waitaki is doomed to failure because of the way you've gone out and run this process. So I'm really concerned, and that echoes a lot of comments I've had from down on the Waitaki.
That's noted also. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Karakia.
Oh, kia ora. So on that note, and I'm just coming back to up to Runanga now, is that there was some confusion, but I mean that's been cleared up now in the fact that the scope of the RPS is for the entire region, and so parts of that can't be excluded. Okay, so that's quite clear. But the other part, there's a desire of the Waitaki Runanga that the Waitaki catchment is managed in a standalone plan framework. That's the desire of the Runanga. That's been quite clear. And they also understand that he can, and also because we're moving into another territorial authority, which is the Otago Regional Council. So, understanding too, and this is what we got from meeting with the Runanga, is that they understand the statutory obligation, that both councils actually have to adhere to. So as far as mana whenua are concerned, they have actually quite a clear idea on how this process works. So I think I just wanted to put that mana whenua stance actually there. So hearing about the other communities, not sure, how that, I mean, I thought that part of this was being shared actually with the other communities outside the Public Excluded.
Look, can I just make comment on that, because I think I've had discussions with the 3 chairs in the last 3 days, the 3 chairs of that first room. It's very early days for them also in this, and just to acknowledge that staff have been doing the work. It's been ORC, I think ORC may have had Kevin Malcolm or someone like that as a councillor that was part of this process, but he's the only government. I haven't spoken to him, he's the only government. From this day onwards, we need to have a trail through to governments, which we are going to make sure that happens on a regular basis around this issue. And that includes the councils at this table. So no one's keeping you in the dark, but the work needed to be done in terms of how you shift this thing anyway in the first instance. And I know this has got out to communities, and some people are being a wee bit disingenuous with that out there, but we're not hiding anything. We're not hiding anything. Just Paul.
Oh, actually, I don't have a question, but I'm happy to move the resolution if we're ready to do that.
Yeah, it's not a question really. Maybe I'd say something once it's
Sorry about that. Put the recommendation up here that notes this report on the Waitaki integrated plan investigation and the progress being made by the work group, and notes a further update will be provided in 2025 after early engagement has been undertaken. Moved by Councillor Pauling, seconded by Councillor Robinson. Okay. Yes, you can.
Kia ora koutou. First of all, Andrew and Trina, thank you for presenting this. It's great to see not only Environment Canterbury, but the Whakatau and the Tahu Regional Council all working together on this. I think it's really exciting. We know that this is actually held by the Ministry for the Environment to the Minister for the Environment in terms of the Waitaki plan legislation, so we know there's a whole process to go on there. In terms of the concerns that people may have, I don't really understand who, other than the Otago Regional Council and the Canterbury Regional Council, the Ministry for the Environment and the Whakatau, who else can lead this. So I think it's really good that we've brought that grouping together, or that the Runanga have asked that to happen, and that those parties have come together. So number 9, or 8 and 9 in our paper, that a governance group is proposed. So the thinking's been done, it's right in there, you can read it with your own eyes, and that the next process, of course, that this paper is noting is that there will be engagement with the community from now. And that we'll get an update in March next year once that process is all done. So look, I'm really happy with that. I think it's a really great initiative. There's so much water literally to go through the dams and under the bridge in this catchment, and I really, compel our councillors to support this. So,
other comments? I'd like to reinforce that, because this is a big opportunity for us, because there's so many pieces of work that go on, and you've got the Manahuna stuff, you've got Te Mokahi, you've got all that sort of stuff, we've got Waitaki District Council, we've got the Kenji District Council, and we're trying to align them. This gives us an opportunity then to hook into that and align this stuff up front.
potentially a bit of a model, or the opportunity to make it a model of how we look at catchment management planning, spatial planning. In terms of the Natural Built Environment Bill and the Spatial Planning Bill, talked about doing this sort of thing in freshwater management units and breaking it down into sub-catchments and bespoke solution finding as well. So I think it how everybody can work together. And yeah, I was surprised that even at this stage that the Waitaki District Council, Mackenzie and Waimate hadn't sort of been brought into the loop, but presumably, as you say, the conversation is going to take place pretty quickly about where people are at. And I think in terms of that little chart over on page
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Look, I'm going to oppose the two notes on the grounds that I think it's disgraceful that we haven't talked to the community, and that should have been done by now. And there's nothing to lose by doing that and everything to gain. And I think we need to look at ourselves and say, haven't we learnt from our mistakes around the rangatata, around Otawharakai, where we cut out the people who live in the area and have got a huge investment in the area as landowners and as residents, and we're doing a whole lot of secret squirrel stuff where they're excluded. And if you genuinely, my view is, if you genuinely want to succeed in what you're proposing for the Waitaki, then actually being open, accountable, and telling the community down there what you're proposing would be the first step, not the last step.
Thank you. Look, we're going to end this now. So, Councillor Robinson, do you want to speak to this? You're the seconder.
Yes and no. I just think it's interesting the comments from some councillors on community engagement at this stage when they had different views on the PC8. I just think, there's a bit of double standards going on, to be honest. It's been well organised, well orchestrated, well planned by some very good councils and staff, and I just think the process is only, like, the framework's there, the planning, the engagement starting now. So yeah, I support this completely. Being a Otago girl and a Cantabrian right now, that's much needed. Thank you.
Okay, look, and the criticism of any of this can come to me. I don't mind that at all. There's a lot of criticisms out there, and I've had a bit of that come to me, so I'll put my hand up for that. Right? Where we are at this point in time, if people want to discuss that, I'm more than happy to discuss that with them. I know people don't agree with me, but this is a good thing. So I'll put that motion to you. Moved by Councillor Pauling and seconded by Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against?
Yes.
No.
No.
So Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Ward and Councillor East, you're against? So noted. Thank you. I'm taking on board Councillor Deche that you're supporting. All right, thank you for that. So I'm going to move now to 8.4, which is dangerous dams policy. Then we are going to go to the regional public transport plan, because that needs endorsement today. The dams policy is Catherine Trott. Oh, you've pulled out again, Catherine. Thanks, well done. This is this issue is pretty straightforward, and the decision is that we adopt a consultation process on this. So, yeah. Oh, sorry.
So, Building Act requires that we adopt a policy on dangerous earthquake-prone and flood-prone dams. So it's part of the responsibility of us as regional authority for post-construction dam safety under the Building Act. Our existing policy was adopted in 2006, and since then we've had new building dam safety regulations that came into effect on 13th of May 2024. So the proposed policy that you've got in the paper has been updated to reflect those new regulations. So under the Act, we have to consult using a special consultative procedure under the Local Government Act. So that's the decision that's before you today.
Thank you, Fiona. Is there any questions of Fiona regarding Councillor Mackenzie?
Yeah, just for absolute clarity, that we're not proposing anything more onerous than sits within the proposals, is it, by section 151?
No, our policy is aligned with other regional councils.
No, other regional councils, but also central government policy on this.
Yes. Yep.
So no modifications.
No modification. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Genevieve, then.
Hi, this might be out of context, but I'm just wondering if we've identified in this process any heritage dams in the area, like considered heritage, that would fall under this?
So it would be, there's a list that's noted in the policy where they sit within Heritage New Zealand. So there's 2 different databases, so it's structures that are within that list. So I couldn't give you a 100% answer as to whether we have any.
Just wondering if are there dams that we do have some concerns about that have been picked up through this process. So there's been particularly commission within the Tuia dam about a hole in their dam, and they will talk to us about funding because they might be doing some extra work. So I'm just wanting to know, are there some structures that we actually are needing to pay more attention to at the moment, or is everything all fine and we've got our list and we don't have any that we're particularly worried about?
I'm not in the implementation side, so I'm not over all the details. With the new regulations, new information coming in, we may uncover some, because first we will have more information than we've previously had. But yes, I am not under there.
That kind of makes sense, and all of the process and so those plans to get those.
Okay, others? Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Ken. Put that up here. Council adopts the public consultation of proposed policy on dangerous dams, earthquake-prone dams and flood-prone dams. Someone to move. Thank you, Dion, and thank you, Grant. So moved by Councillor Swain and seconded by Councillor Edge. Councillor Edge, do you want to speak to that? Councillor Swain, do you want to speak to that? Okay. So no further discussion on that. You do? I think we're gone.
And one of the struggles that were happening at that time was some uncertainty about where the new legislation was going to land, and it delayed that project by a lot. So it's good to see that we've got some more things happening there, but also for us to look at those post-construction processes and the management and the monitoring of dams generally. And just want to pick up on Genevieve's comment about heritage dams. I was fortunate enough to visit the Zealandia sanctuary in Wellington while we were up with local government, and that was an amazing transformation of what was previously. Had to change it was the dam was deemed to be unsafe because it was in the middle of an earthquake line. So the water is now behind the dam about 3 meters high, and that's about all it is. So yeah, those things are really important. But yeah, no, it's a good. I think it's good. So I'm supportive of this.
Thank you. I don't think we need any further discussion on that. So I'll put the motion to you. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. Now, Giles, we're going to go to 8.7, the Regional Public Transport Plan, because it's seeking approval. And Len, you've been waiting patiently down the back here.
Thank you, councillors. Yes, this is about the Regional Public Transport Plan. Just briefly, we're putting before you the plan today, the draft plan that we've been working with partners and stakeholders throughout the region to develop. You'll be aware of this since last time we met earlier, or we came before you earlier on in the year. Essentially, the plan has been refreshed to include a number of elements, a number of changes that have happened over the course of the last 6 years. We're asking you to approve that plan for public consultation. We've also provided as one of the attachments in the report, a summary consultation document there that effectively decants down the 130 odd pages of the plan into into an easily understood document that can go out to the public and covers off what we see as the main sort of elements of the plan and the changes that the public may be interested in when they're making their submissions. We're also asking you to approve the dates for the consultation, which are late September into October, going through to the 24th of October. And we're asking also I guess it's a procedural issue. The Regional Transport Committee, who had been given the task to undertake the hearings for the plan process or the submissions process, have asked that the terms of reference for the hearings panel be amended slightly so that they can add in people to the hearings panels to effectively make it easier for them to process the hearings, so that they don't have problems with unavailability for hearings panels members during November when the hearings will be held. So essentially that's the basis of what we've come to you today.
So just the detail around that from the Regional Transport Committee's perspective, it will be myself at the moment, or Councillor Edge. And then in terms of mayors, they're black, brown, and Tahu at the moment for these mayors. It will be a mayor. Yeah, it will be another mayor. So, yeah. Okay, any questions here?
Just a question. Thank you, Chair. Just a question on point 29 of paper, where obviously it's going to be finalised through hearings through the Greater Kōrero Partnership or the Canterbury Regional Transport Committee. How can Environment Canterbury Council table provide their feedback? Is it via people, or does it have to be a submitter to any changes that we actually want?
You had given the task of developing the plan to both the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee and the RTC, but you still are in charge of the adoption of the plan, so you can still provide feedback through that process and through us.
Yeah, so firstly, I think it's really well. I would like the document. I think it's really easy to sort of read through and logical, well written, so thank you for that. I have two questions. One is that in the sort of the over what I think like the summary of what will go out with these pictures and things in, it would be great to see gold card holders mentioned in terms of the changes that have happened in the last 6 years. We've got gold card holders able to access the bus for free anytime after 9, so that's quite a change, and I think it's important that they're seen to be recognised in here. And then I have a question, which is where we've got like the KPIs, we've got 2.5 and 2.6 on page 193. It talks about end to end, 30 minutes end to end. Is that door to door, or is this bus stop to bus stop?
It is bus stop, bus stop. That's what we can control.
Sort of. That's interesting. I'd always read it as being in my head door to door because that's what's important to people. But yeah, okay, that's an interesting thing. Thank you.
So there's 2 hearing panels, and the amendment to the reference, the terms of references is just to the RTC hearing panel.
That's correct, because the RTC is a committee of this council. We've already been to the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee, and they've adopted their own terms of reference, which are helpful to the ones that we have for RTC. But RTC is a council committee. So.
Yes, that's because transport's regional. Dion, Claire, and then Claire.
Thanks. Point number 16, the RPTP is being developed in accordance with the LTMA and guidelines recently issued by NZTA. Issues and risks are being closely managed by the risk register. Is there any chance to sort of have a look at that risk register from the government point of view, or is that sort of somewhere else that's management level stuff?
We've maintained a risk register in terms of the project team, and that I'm sure if you wish, we could give you a copy of that. We haven't traditionally done that, but yeah.
I'll caveat that I'm thinking of this from a strategic point of view because the guidelines recently issued by NZTA, I know that they're about to issue some more sort of guidelines about funding and whatnot, and I'm very worried about what that will look like in terms of this process as well. So maybe just talk to me about, obviously NZTA is about to land their improvement program budget within the next week or two. We're going to then go out with this consultation, which is potentially setting an expectation up here, and my gut is telling me that it's down here. How the heck do we bridge that? Because I am very worried about setting an expectation in our communities that we will just not be able to do.
We have during the refresh process tried to be a little bit circumspect and deal with the things that we've agreed through business case processes and that through the thing, and all the funding is marked as subject to funding from NZTA. So we have that subject to funding and all the associated with all the I guess the big ticket improvement items, as opposed to the items that for the normal day-to-day running of the existing activity.
We've still got a continuous work program budget, which we know about now, which is great. But I'm really worried that this consultation is, and I know what you're saying about the caveat that we're putting in there, but how are we going to get people engaged in this process when they know, when in 2 weeks' time they're going to hear there's no money, and then we're going out to people to say, look, this is what we've got. I feel like there's a step missing in this whole process, and that's why I asked about the risk register as well, because I'm trying to get a hold of this, and from a political level, I want to sort of start opening up some dialogue and a bit more digging down to what this issue is, so that we actually can be a bit more concrete about what we're doing and the aspirations of our region and local decision making, what to do.
So, firstly, the risk register that Len's referring to is the risk register that we've developed to support the development of plan rather than the risks that are included in the plan itself. I think that we talked in this change before about the way in which the transport planning framework operates and the need to potentially improve it over time, and I think the Ministry of Transport and NZTA both recognise that as well. I think it's an example of this articulates our 10-year aspirations in terms of what we want to achieve. As we've talked about before, if you don't have those aspirations in the Regional Land Transport Plan, the Regional Public Transport Plan and the LTP, there certainly will be no match funding from NZTA or government. So it's an element of we have to put our best foot forward in terms of what are we trying to achieve and what is our vision and our plan for the next 10 years, which includes delivery of BT Futures, MRT, etc. But recognising that, as you say, we will get announcements in the next few days that may not be as positive as we would like. Clear.
I've got two questions in there on page 174. And I did give you a heads up on this one, so hopefully you've got that email trail there. We've got quite a bit of narrative there in the luxury revenue and expenditure that's in our long-term plan. Am I correct? I think I'm correct. But can you just clarify that I verify that does include the 60 million or so that we're expecting to make up the deficit in the next prior?
That does include that. Yes, that's direct from the LTP there.
I'm just wondering whether it is too late to actually look at the draft of the narrative here in the middle column, which talks about, and you have been very circumspect by putting it as possible future transport rate increases are noted there. But I mean, I think there's quite a big discussion to be had still that could look quite different, and I wonder, if I sit here and look at this with my knowledge, or with the knowledge that we have as council and long-term plan stuff, are we being fully transparent, and is there an opportunity for us to be a little bit clearer? And I guess.
So I think that this reflects the assumptions made in the LTP, so that the numbers are consistent, and the assumption made in the LTP was that I would continue. We sort of made a decision
at any time. So next year we're going out and doing consultation in the annual plan process on the fair trial. So that's an opportunity then. Once that decision is made, you make the decision on what you're doing on the fair trial, and if necessary, you amend the RPTP at the time.
So my second one was on the couple of pages over 3B, where we're talking about the fair system. Under the explanation, we talk about still having a distance-based fair system will continue in both Greater Christchurch and Timaru, but remain adapted to opportunities and restrictions, which you might know, paragraph 2. I think we've done away with distance-based fair systems.
The fair trial is basically it's a distance-based fair, but you've made the decision for the purpose of the trial to have that as a flat fare. So I guess this gives us a essentially a body to if you decide to go back to the previous system of having 375 from Rangiora on the Metro card and 265 from Christchurch or whatever, you can do that.
All right. Thanks. You want to ask a question, Grant? Or a number of questions? Okay, I think we're done. I think this is that. We'll put the recommendations up there, please. And I'll move that. I'll move those recommendations. I have a second for that. Thank you, Dion. I beat you, bro. Oh, sorry. Back up. I said Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies could move this. I'll pull back. Councillor Davies can move this. Sorry, Joe. So, Councillor Davies moved it, seconded by Councillor Swiggs. So, Councillor Davies, would you like to speak to this? You'll reserve that right to speak to it. So, the things that I wanted to say with this is, again, another opportunity for a consultative process, and it includes the evolution of the spatial plan, the MRT, and the fact that it's all predicated on the fact that the PT Future Business case is on frequency, fast and more direct services in Christchurch, Waimakariri and Selwyn. There's changes to fares policy for affordability. We've got Motu Move piece coming in. We're heading hopefully to more zero emission buses, and also we're starting to deal with, or be able to deal with the future public transport plan. So this is a real good opportunity for people to engage with us on that. Others.
I'll follow what Chair has said. I think this is a really good opportunity to get out with our community on the back of the regional transport plan to specifically look at public transport. And I know that we've hit the accelerator on the public transport and around the table, which is really cool. And I thank the colleagues around the table for allowing this council to get on and do that. My questions to the staff were around the process, and I'm still not really. I still think the process is a bit back to front. I actually wouldn't mind that sort of noted that I had some disquiet around the process and timing that we have to do these things, because I do believe that it actually disables or it takes away from the priority and the actual importance of what this is, because I think people get really tired of consultation overload. And especially when they're going to sort of get messages in the media very shortly that there's no money in the budgets, and then we're going out with this plan for enhancing public transport. But that's where we're going to have to be very careful about how we do the messaging around what we're proposing. And I'd love to get everybody to come in and say, yeah, we actually really support public transport in Canterbury, regardless of what the government's doing, which would give us a mandate to go back to the central government and say, look, we've got a plan. We're going to go ahead with this plan. And I'm really encouraged with, in the regional, within this RPTP, the MRT is still in there. I think MRT is a game changer for Canterbury, or Christchurch as well. And we really do need to talk to MUTA around the designations of MRT and work with the government's direction that they're sending down to us, and actually utilise their tools that they're going to give us. They're going to open up 10-year designations. Let's get on and make that happen before it's too late. We can't do it yet. Because you know, we've got public support behind this thing, and I'd really like to have that conversation on the back of this RPT. Oh goodness gracious, I'm so used to that. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Really looking forward to seeing what the people get, people say, engagement, and then bringing it back and putting that strategy forward.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really looking forward to seeing what does come back on this. I think we've got a population that's been increasingly connected to public transport, increasingly keen to see it succeed in our city, and that's been a journey that's been occurring since, well, I'm sure since before I got here. I know Scott's a real advocate for public transport as well. So really hopeful that we get some good constructive feedback, that it will send a signal that actually we're really determined to make this happen, and that the current government's view that seems to be, yeah, we talk to public transport, but we're not putting any cash there, is sort of the sense we're getting, that we'll still push on, and I think it's right that we have a, you know, sort of like longer vision, longer goal, MRP, keep that there and build up. We'll get there. Just, yeah, we've just got to keep positive, keep going. We'll get there.
Yeah, this plan is an important document in shaping the future of Christchurch and the wider region of public transport. It's not only a blueprint for our network, it is a call for greater alignment between agencies. We have to deliver a unified and coherent vision for the future of PT in our region. The rapid growth of Greater Christchurch demands that we move forward with clear and unified message, and by aligning our efforts, particularly between the city and us, we can ensure that our PT gets better. As mentioned, mass rapid transit, a national ticketing solution, and particularly the data that this new model will bring us is going to be transformative. The transition to a zero-emission fleet, these are not just technical solutions, but they are the building blocks of a future where PT is the mode of choice for more people. And to get there, again, I say we need a consistent and powerful message, one that clearly articulates what we want for the city, for the greater sub-region and the wider region, how we intend to achieve it, and we need to share this message and repeat this in our relationships with the government. As we advance these initiatives, we're also keen to hear from our community on how PT can better serve their needs, and one of the proposals we're exploring is allowing pets on buses, a policy that could make public transport more inclusive and accessible for all, and we're really hoping that it is a hook in getting a lot of our community to consult with this document. We look forward to receiving feedback, and hopefully it will refine the policy, and that depending on the decision by this council next year, it will make the policy available for the diverse needs of our community. So in conclusion, this plan is a statement of our shared commitment to PT. Let us align our strategies, unify our message, and work together to create, as Peter calls it, a world-class public transport system.
Well, thank you very much. Look, I think this is a good document. Reiterate what Vicky said. I think it's a good document. I think some challenges there, just to support what you've said, Councillor Sweets, but they're our challenges. Our challenges, if we hold this, our challenges are to get on and do something, and reinforce also what you've said, Councillor Davies. Look, our numbers are good in terms of PT, we're heading in the right direction with it. My one hope is that we haven't bruised our minister too much today so that we can engage with him quickly. So, having said that, I'll put the motion to move by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Swiggs. All those opposed, please say aye. All those against? That's carried. So thank you very much for that. So now we're moving to Kōrero Mai, which Stephanie's going to lead us in, which is 8.6. So Stephanie is going to take herself to the other end of the table. I think, have you got Amanda with you? Amanda. We're nearly there, guys. Chair's report's going to be taking us read, and we're going to PX after this. Hey? No, we had it with the journey. We had 15 minutes. Thanks, Stephanie.
Kia ora tātou councillors, thank you through you, Chair. I'm conscious of your time, so I'll be quite focused with regard to this. First and foremost, I'm presenting this in the context of your strategy, and particularly the 4 PO that we have. It is a process that we have had for 8 years now. So this is the 8th year in which we've had feedback from our Kaimahi staff. And it gives them an opportunity to share with us their experience of their work and also of how things may be changing. In the context of your strategy, you have asked us to focus on 4 areas, particularly improving our engagement in terms of getting to a partnership of excellence with mana whenua, the importance of customer centricity, the importance of improving our systems and processes, and also the significance of the governance pole in terms of supporting you as elected members and our governance services and the import of political nous in the organization. So what I'm going to highlight today is really how the responses with regard to Kōrero mai link in with those 4 strategic poles. Before I do that, I'll just highlight that this particular process is one that is done by, as far as I know, at least 41 other councils across Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's benchmarked in that way, and I think these results are important in the context of local government as a whole, not solely Canterbury Regional Council. If I go to the initial point, and that is our participation rate, we had 80.7% of the Kaimahi respond to the survey. And in that response, that means that approximately, if not exactly, 839 were invited and 677 people actually responded to the survey. That's basically 12% higher than the benchmark across local government. And it's also 0.7% higher than it was last year when staff responded. The other important point that comes up is, well, where do we rate year on year? This year, we're 4% higher than we were in 2023, and we're 1% lower than the national benchmark. From there, I want to highlight some strengths and also some work-ons, if you like. I'm going to talk about the top 10 question scores. And if I bundle those, what I look at is that we have had fantastic response with regard to staff understanding the values of Te Ao Māori. That was the highest scoring question in the survey overall. Now, that doesn't mean that they know what to do in partnership all the time. That's actually the next stage. But certainly the engagement and the significance of partnership is right up there for our Kaimahi. The second piece I want to highlight is the trust in the leadership and the direction of the organization. There is good heart in terms of the golden thread from the senior management through the rest of the organization. And remembering when we speak about one ECAN, you're the decision makers around the table. And so that's important as well. The third area that has particular strength is diversity and inclusion. The significance of that for me is that we are a multicultural society, a multicultural city and region, and certainly our staff tell us that they feel supported in that. There is also a strength in balance of work-life, which I think you can imagine isn't that easy to achieve in the face of the changes and the demands upon this organization and yourselves. If I then shift to the areas which in the slides that you have are the bottom 10 questions or scores, I would highlight the 4 areas that are that we get the most comments on. That's our technology and our systems. I don't know why that would be given today's experience, but I think you can see that just these microphones alone, the Wi-Fi systems, a number of other things, we still have work to do. They are frustrating in different ways for our good Kaimahi. There's also the question of resources, the resourcing to actually deliver the work, but importantly also to consistently respond to very high levels of change. And you'll be aware clearly of the submissions processes that we've had to engage with over the last couple of years, which are higher in a single year than they have been over 5 years of time. And that resourcing is important. Roles and responsibilities and priorities remain an area that Kaimahi would like to see continuous improvement in. And they also recognize, as do you, and they are most concerned about the gap between where their heart is in terms of delivering for the community and then how the community sees us. And we know we still have work to do in filling that gap. Can I highlight, though, some of the biggest movers in Kōrero Mai? Because while we still have 10, we will always have 10 areas that are the bottom questions, if you like, there are some significant moves. And the one I want to highlight in particular is the question that asks, my team has goals or objectives that align with those of other teams. That's gone from a 49% to a 68%. That's a movement in 1 year of 19 percentage points. The reason I highlight that is we have consistently talked to you about the importance of that golden thread, where when you make a decision, it needs to cascade through the organization. The way we do that is through KPIs and the ability to set those objectives and to align the goals and the teams. Do we still have work to do? Absolutely. That's why that connectedness that we've talked about through the 4 PO is important. But I take heart that we are moving the dial, and roles and responsibilities are a key part of that. My last comment before I go to the overarching sort of what's going well or how we see this is also to highlight that we put this survey out when we were going through the operations realignment. That's over a third of our organization, over 300 staff. When you do a realignment, you can well imagine that staff don't feel maybe as valued, or perhaps their work-life balance feels particularly affected, or the priorities are impacted, or the values of the organization aren't met. I take heart from this outcome that we've gone up, that 80% of staff have responded, and that we're actually moving in the right direction, even when we're making significant changes. Lastly, if I look at the last slide, if you like, what's going well and the opportunities for improvement, I take heart that we're making progress with regard to removing the pain for our people. That means we're improving our systems and processes, that we are supportive of diversity and inclusion, that we understand the importance of our relationship with mana whenua, and that indeed there are things we still need to improve. And I highlight that gap between what we say and how we feel about how we want to support our communities and how we actually deliver it. Chair and councillors, before I close this and open it for questions, I would like to say thank you to the Mihi of the Canterbury Regional Council. They have worked tirelessly through COVID, lockdowns, changes of government and policy, and their heart is still in the right place. I am humbled by this outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Steffi. Look, I think we have a comment question time here. We won't need to, and then we'll just do the recommendation and kick out of this. So, look, congratulations. I think that's a really good effort. It's good to hear that the organisation that you lead has got such faith in what you're trying to do. So that must give you some, as you see, 2 or 3 times, some heart to go forward. And I just congratulate you on that. So, other councillors, Dion?
Really, yeah, and good result from what I understand from a lot of other regional councils, councils in general. I remember, and David know what it's like when we had the residents or the survey from the city council staff surveys. They were ferocious when we were there. But anyway, that's another story. So there's one thing in the survey's questions here that did hurt my eyes up, and it was the meetings are generally a good use of time. It's always an interesting one, and I mean we don't set a very good example here in my opinion. But is there anything that we can do to help that metric? Because I think when people, I think that because that one there specifically talks to a number of those other, people value people time and positive contribution and stuff like that. Is there anything that you're doing in there to try and maybe make that a little bit of a better metric into the future?
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs. You're spot on. We have a culture that is strongly centralised around collaboration and having multiple people in a room to work together. Part of Te Hapa is very focused on context, purpose, critical issues. Why are we here? The decisions that need to happen. So as we progress that through, I'm expecting that that will go into the meetings as well. But we do have work to do on it.
That's useful that you've got that. Sorry, I'll get out of the way. One other question I have is you've benchmarked a lot of this about local government, but is there any benchmarks around high performance organisations in general? And have we been able to look at that as part of this, or is that something else that we could potentially look at into the future?
Thank you for the question. So we haven't looked at the private sector benchmarks. My understanding is that this survey tool you can get private sector data across all orgs in Australia and New Zealand, but we haven't looked at that for the purpose of this. That might be something for the future.
I think as we start moving forward, I'd like to start thinking about high performance organisations, what does that look like, and how do we measure about that? I mean, I know we're in a very different context, but it is useful to sort of say that because I really want to make sure that as an organisation, we are building high performance people to go on to where we're at. And I'm thinking that because we've got in the audit and risk paper tomorrow, one of the metrics that I'm going to talk about is that the performance, I say not performance, the measure that they keep asking for the highest one is career goals or something along those lines, and it's a lot more than other councils in the country, which is directly related to that. You know, people are looking for how they can improve themselves. So I'm really keen to make sure that our people have got those opportunities and feel like they're improving and they can.
Yeah, thank you for this, and it's good to see those bars that have picked up. But the first question would be, are there any that have gone the other way? Or is it just that all of them have gone up?
So they haven't all gone up, but there's a reason that our top 10 movers are all in a positive direction, because when you do look at those that have moved down, we're talking about a data point, just about all of them, and there's a handful between about 0 and 3%. There's no major movers that have gone down. Looking from recollection, I think some of those areas are around communication and around systems and processes.
Thank you. One of the ones, so the stuff that's in amber, there's not really much more split out in here, but actually I'm quite interested in the one about psychological well-being, which I know has been raised and looked at. And I asked this question in the context that I recognise that we've got a good move up on health, safety and well-being, but the psychological well-being is 10 points down on that health and safety and well-being on the average critical success factors, and I can't see the questions because it's an amber. I can't see the questions that are within there. But I also noticed that we've got 66% of people are. I think the question is essentially saying, do you know if there are processes, or do you know the process if there's bullying? And there's only 66% have answered yes, is my interpretation of the bar, which means 1 in 3 people don't know about the bullying process, which is a really important thing for people to know about those types of things. And not being outside, but it'd be great to have a bit more information about that psychological well-being, what we're putting in place to ensure that people have a path and know what the path is if there's a problem, and what are we doing about that. And so I'm picking on an amber, and that's not actually really picked out in here for me.
So we can provide some additional information. That's not a problem at all, Councillor. There could be 2 comments that I make about psychosocial well-being. The civil society of Aotearoa is diminishing in terms of its civility. And many of our staff have to confront that day in and day out. And so there's an element of the psychosocial safety that relates to that. On the other side, which is the point you're making with regard to bullying, I take heart that 66% do know that, but the part that don't, we have talked about how do we make sure the education is there, how do we make sure it's informed, and that'll be part of our cascading through with our team leaders and our people leaders. It's something that I've got a personal interest in. I want to make sure that staff don't feel bullied, and if they do, that they have the safety in which to report that. So we will be doing more work on that.
Thank you. Kia ora, Tiffany. Thank you for reporting on this and, kind of containing your enthusiasm for the report. And I just yeah, just having 80.7 percent participation is awesome, and also just acknowledge notice number 24, just that with the current climate, everything going on, that the relationship with mana whenua is highly valued and supported across the organisation, and cultural competency being the highest score, it's a good factor. So just acknowledging that, as you keep saying, once you could, show Environment Canterbury as exemplary in relationship with mana whenua, and putting that out there, so it just kind of shows that we're in the right direction. So thank you for that.
Okay, I really don't have a question. I just have a couple of comments, and it's great to see. I would hope that we have a major part to play in regards to reputation. And I have to do this for staff. I've seen them operate in community settings where it has been very, very difficult for them to well, where I'm responding to. They've always been very professional. Sadly, they're always easy targets, so we definitely have a part to play in that. I hope also that some of the decisions that we've made around taking on the Ombudsman's expectations around open for business, the upcoming live streaming, I think the openness, I would hope, will actually reflect through to the community, which will have a better bearing too, I think, perhaps on next year's one. And I am pleased to see some of the individual stuff, because I'm reminded, I don't think he used the phrase, but it's really, Rod Carr, when he refers to climate change, he talks not so much, this is my words, but he kind of the treachery of averages, whereby the specifics are sometimes hidden around bits and pieces. So I'm kind of pleased to see there is some transparency, I guess, about what the actual specific things are. I personally want to be recorded as saying that I found the staff here being exceptionally good, and I think sometimes we forget to say that. It's very easy to get consumed in what we're doing in our role, but yeah, I certainly want to acknowledge this, so thank you.
Happy to move it too, but just wanted to say thank you, Stephanie and team. Awesome work, and thank you for your acknowledgement of all the staff as well that have produced this result. Look, I think some real highlights there, around the 81% participation, like that's massive, and to get a really good score with that participation, I think that it doesn't go without being understated. So, but still room for improvement, because I noticed that we're 1% down on the benchmark. Let's get above the benchmark. That'd be a great goal for us, so that we can say we're also above the benchmark now too. And really pleasing to see that the jump up in those 10 metrics that have gone up. In particular, that one around alignment is pretty awesome, and I think the hard by all stuff, the impact framework, the core services stuff, that in particular, you've led Stephanie. It's really important and a really big part of that, so I just want to acknowledge that. But also the one about the recognition there has gone up from 63 to 73, recognising that you're the individual in the team, so people get recognised for their work. I think that's really important. So yeah, and the median bit that they're meeting, hey, it's still 55%. That's a B- at most universities, but that's pretty good. So no, I think it's not too bad. So thank you.
Yeah, look, I just through you, Chair, I just really Tahu very much what Councillor Pauling's actually said, Stephanie, and I just really do want to acknowledge the work that you've put in behind this, and the trust and respect that staff obviously have for you. So please accept the part that you've played in all of this as well as the staff.
Yeah, hey, Craig, we've got, C's do get degrees, but we've got an A+ chief executive here. So, like, let's give our chief executive, like, A+ as our benchmark, as our goal here. Question though, I was sorry, I had to do that. I was just reading through this again, sorry, and I didn't get into trying to understand what teams, the different departments or the teams within our organisation, how they're faring. Is there any teams that aren't faring well from a sort of like a happiness point of view or something like that? And are we able to help them or help you to help them to pick that up? Because obviously, you know, your team is always there, you know, your team is the last. You've got to bring everybody up together. So.
Absolutely. So what we can do with this and what the directors and the senior managers can do is they can see their reports. Now, we only let it go so far because we also have to think about privacy and the like, but we absolutely can see that, and we can see the pockets in the organization where stress levels or frustrations or particular weaknesses there are, and that helps us then target any change that we want to make. So definitely we see that, and definitely we focus on that. Again, coming back to the 4 poll, those would be the priorities, but where there's some real concerns, we would go in straight away.
Okay, so if you'll go to your final word and then we'll put this up. And final word from you on this.
Thank you, Councillor.
Craig and Dion. Moved by Councillor Pauling, seconded by Councillor Sweets. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. Now, the Chair's report, we're going to put that up. I'm going to move it. Seconded by Councillor Mackay. I'm going to take that as read. All those in favour of that being taken as read, say aye. All those against, that's carried. Can we move to public excluded? Somebody please move to go into public excluded. Councillor Karakia, have a seconder. Councillor Edge. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. Now, I'm just, while we're clearing the room, I'm just mindful of the fact the RPS workshop has started, and I see some externals like Liz Brown has joined that. Catherine, have you got an update on where we're at with that? We're going to go to it. Yeah, we'll just adjourn. Well, we'll adjourn.
Cool. Okay, so we'll return to the open meeting. The date for the next council meeting is the 25th of September. Dion, can you do Karakia to finish, please?
Kia ora, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te taonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana ki a atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauti, hei mauriwa. And I just... I'm sorry I did the start one, but let's say we're starting a new dawn of night time. This is about...
Thank you everybody today, thank you.